Woohoo.
Yay! Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. And happy birthday to Warrior Cats. 21 years. My God. That makes me feel really old.
I mean, there are older people in the team.
Oh God.
It's not about that. I
Yes, I'd like to talk about that for quite a while.
Hi, Diana.
my job has aged me like prematurely, like 30 years. Though Casey Gotthrog will confirm I look like a 12-year-old.
I was gonna say, at least you don't have gray hair.
Casey Gotthrog, you rock the gray hair, so.
I need gray hair now. Do you know how much easier that is to dye?
I haven't dyed it.
Well, it would be very easy to dye.
Good for future
I
reference.
beg to
have this, like,
differ because I am dying over mine, and it's like that half-assed gray thing. It's like just a couple little bits here and there, not worth doing anything with, and it's just I just want it to just happen already.
Well, see, it's
Yeah,
easier
go
to
full
dye gray
gray.
hair than it is to dye like dark brown hair.
Mm.
That's my argument.
Yeah, 'cause
Fair.
then you have to strip it first.
Yeah, you don't have to bleach. Yeah.
Tiger Claw doesn't have to bleach. Everything he does is just perfect.
Dang.
Well,
Okay.
Tiger Claw's not going gray now, is he?
Way to make this about you, Kevin.
Yeah, no, we have
everyone, my
Blue
name is
Star
Kevin.
here, we have Tiger Claw here.
Hello.
We also have our performance director and our incredible sound director and composer, and so many amazing members of our team. And my fellow head director, Jupiter.
Hello, how's everybody doing?
Yes, that is Tiger Claw's voice actor. Kevin, speak to the people.
It's really cold where I am.
I live in the same state
Hey,
and
I
it
was
is equally cold. And I am
Please
in my
stay warm.
pajamas.
That's the best way to be on a Sunday morning.
Yearly. I'm gonna cry. We have a question. A very
What's
important
Tiger Claw
one.
eat on Tuesdays?
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Oh no.
oh
This
man.
is-
Oh,
we're starting off strong.
oh my God. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for me to really easily show that.
Tiger Claw eats. Well, I tweeted about it, so that's why. Tiger Claw eats tacos on Tuesday. That's exactly every single Tuesday without fail.
Just go to the two-leg place for it.
Vol tacos.
Kate, if you find
Full
the
tacos.
image, I
Full
can copy
tacos,
paste
thank
it
you,
into
Diana.
this TV Paint file.
Oh,
to
yeah.
show the people.
Can someone do
But
that?
I can't go hunting for it right now. So just let me know when it's found and in the chat.
Yeah, someone put
I'll
that
grab
in the
it.
chat, please. He cracks me up every time I see him. He has like such a polite little face.
StarClan's favorite.
StarClan's favorite.
That was not my joke. That was someone else's joke.
That was me.
Yeah.
I love how he has like
Hey.
the dark, somber shadow over his head too. Like, I'll be back. I'm gonna go ski. Do something evil. It's taco night, baby.
Okay, well I'm gonna get started with questions. The first one we have here is from Emmy. The question is, I was curious, when creating this animated series, what was one thing you guys were worried about the most? Definitely just like the scope of it, because that wasn't determined by me at the time, so I was like, kind of the feasibility of creating something of this scope, but I have the best team in the whole world, so it's less of a anxiety now. It's always there in my mind, but I, one step at a time, focus on what we're doing now, and it's gonna be really great, and I can't wait to share it. Anyone else?
It's such as a fan of Warriors for like the last, since I was a kid. I'm 29 now. This project is phenomenal. I've seen snippets of the animation. The music is by Shiro is perfectly fits that kind of that fantasy classical. It just hits every single beat. So I'm thrilled to be a part of it, and my audio should be louder now.
Turned up your gains.
Oh,
All them games.
we've got the
All
Tiger
them
Claw.
games.
Tiger Claw taco. Hang on.
It's not just bowls in those tacos. It's straight up like steroids.
Oh,
Where do you get the supply?
Where did this take you? Hang on.
Yeah, no, and also, you want to create something that the fans are gonna love, and the Warriors fandom is very particular, as we know. So
Okay, I got it.
I don't know that I think that so many of us have been involved in the community for so long. I think that was less of a concern because, when it's being made by fans, it's easier to understand what the fans will and won't like. But definitely also something I think about, at least. And also that Emmy also left a comment saying, "I'm just happy to be alive during this." Me too, and we appreciate that. Next question. Who is the easiest and the hardest cat to draw and animate? From Miss Kylo. What do we think, guys? Mariah, you want to take that one?
I feel like I can't answer this question because I designed a lot of the characters, like the final characters. So, I don't know. I think a lot of people have trouble with Tiger Claw in general, but
Well, Sin just said Tiger Claw is the easiest to her. That's crazy.
yeah, exactly. It changes
throwing a lot of
depending
Tiger
on who
Claw
you're
at
talking
you.
to.
I have trouble with any of the characters facing, like when they turn their heads up or down.
Yeah, that's
at any
generally what I
angle. That's
hear.
like, but that's like also just a thing that I have issues with in general.
Yeah, it depends on the artist, I think. Which is why we have artists assigned to specific characters. Like I'm usually in charge of Tiger Claw and Fireheart, but we try to play to each artist's strengths instead of being like, here, struggle with this character.
Anyone
Gotcha.
else? Team members, everyone is welcome to pitch in. You are all welcome to answer questions. You don't have to be muted the whole time.
I think Fireheart's probably the easiest for me to draw. I haven't touched any of the quote-unquote problem children. So I haven't touched Longtail or Tiger Claw or those guys yet.
I feel like that because I've been doing so much storyboarding, I've developed like a visual shorthand for these characters that's gonna give me problems when it comes to like putting them actually on model, because my my sort of like, oh, this looks on model, and like the actual on model are different things.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm using the king method of flipping, so.
Well, that's where I come in for you to help you out. Just ping me whenever you need.
Leopard Star does have a design. It's just not anywhere on our channel yet. It's on Twitter and Instagram, but it does exist. And we have from Bimbliss. How many cat? A lot of cat.
At least 3.
Like a lot.
Oh, we didn't give an exact number, did we?
All cats.
Well, that depends. Like cats, how many cats overall, or how many cats in it's like,
At least
3.
At
You
least,
literally
yeah,
just stole my
maybe.
answer. I literally just said that, Frankie. Stay in your lane.
Dang.
Watch it.
Spicy. I like it.
I don't know why I keep zooming out as if TV Paint doesn't automatically zoom out when I press play.
Well, we
I
have a question from a fan in Brazil who also celebrated their birthday on the 13th of December, which is when this form first went out, so happy belated birthday. How do you all keep yourselves motivated?
Battle cats are cool.
They sure are.
They are.
The whole fandom is just really inspiring, and this team is like really, really helps me stay motivated because I just could not ask for a better team. And so, but the other thing that I do if I'm feeling kind of demotivated is I go through the comments on our videos and I read those, and that actually really helps me. Kind of a nice reminder of who this is all for, you know?
I thought I was the only one who did that.
No, not at all. I read all the comments, all of them.
In terms of like general motivation, for me, I've found that it helps me to have a bunch of projects going on at the same time, so that if I start feeling like tired of one, I can hop to another. But that definitely doesn't work for everybody. That's like,
Oh, I'm that
I
way.
know that's something I have to do.
I need to be busy.
Paw is like not looking right. Gray paw.
I love watching all of the progress in our Discord channel. I mean, I know that not everybody gets to see what's going on, but like, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going
Always.
on. It's
Always.
so exciting to see it all unfold. Where
It's
did
the
yellow
sense of,
things start?
I think earlier in the chat, someone
Okay.
mentioned that one of their friends is not a Warriors fan, so they call Yellow Fang Yellow Thing as a way
Oh,
to
like I do with Lord of the
tease them.
Rings.
How do you, how can you call yourself a fantasy fan and not have seen like Lord of
I never
the
said I
Rings?
was a fantasy fan.
But like,
Ooh.
but you're in Warrior Cats. Like you have to be a fantasy fan.
Well,
I don't know if I'd
mean,
really
No,
consider.
no. Lord of the Rings is
yeah.
high fantasy, Warrior Cats is animal xenofiction adventure. So totally different
Oh,
genre.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
okay. I'm sorry. I
Green Blue Star. Oh, Captain, my captain.
Thank you.
this is pure. This is actually an acting exercise. Totally.
Oh, is it?
You're just testing.
No, I honestly had no idea what animalistic xenofiction. I didn't even. That
Me
entire
neither.
word was
I'm
completely
glad I
lost
learned
to
something
me.
today.
Xenofiction is fiction told from the perspective of a non-human character. So animal xenofiction is when the POV is an animal.
Okay,
So,
and
yeah, like-
that is Warriors. That is
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That is
And
definitely
other
Definitely.
examples
Other
are like
examples: Watership Down,
Yeah.
Oh,
Guardians
Jesus.
of
It was
Pool, Wings of
perfectly insane.
Fire.
Literally,
Any
Tuna and I
kind
said
of
the
Secret
exact
of
same
Nim.
thing.
Secret
Any-
of Nim was.
Oh yeah.
Secret
Yeah.
of Nim was awesome. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, and there's a variety of how much like the characters are anthropomorphized versus
Oh.
like literally just being an animal in the woods.
This is an interesting question from Norman. How are you going to portray when a two-leg speaks? Because if cats don't understand people, but the cats talk, are you going to make humans babble? That's an interesting question. I really would like to know Shiro's thoughts on this, but
Well, I was scared
we
you were
actually
gonna
haven't
ask
run
that.
into two-leg speaking yet. In 4 episodes script-wise, there's no humans speaking that we really hear, so I thought about it, but I didn't decide on anything. Shiro, what do you think as our sound director?
Well, I think it would depend on the kind of tone that we would run into Two Legs in? Like, what would the cats be like intimidated by them? Like what kind of tone? Because we could easily have them speak some kind of like gibberish language that almost sounds like English to make it sound like just like, oh, they're talking but we have no idea what they're saying. But that could sound a little goofy. Like it's something that we would have to kind of analyze and figure out how we would want to represent them in a way that's like you can't understand them, but if it's a situation where we don't want them to sound like they're speaking Simlish, is because that sounds really goofy, then like we'd have to figure something else out,
Yeah.
Or Harmy,
Well,
must be Blurbo.
oh my god.
I don't want the Two Legs to sound like
Be Slimy later.
What are you scared of?
Glibly.
that.
You say it so confidently. It's so good. Kate.
Be Makime.
They know what they're doing. Like they
Listen,
really-
I grew up with Sims 2 for the DS. That was like my whole entire thing. It gave me a fear of aliens and a really good understanding of Simlish.
Dolly Beagle. Yes, this is a shot from episode 1.
Here, I'll zoom out so everybody can see it in progress.
Also, the next question we have is one of my favorites that we got when I was just skimming through. So, I'd really like to hear other people's answers for this one too. All you muted
yeah.
and all you people who are pretending to be shy. And if you just want to type the answer, I can read it out, but I would really like to hear people's answers for this. The next question comes from Maple Ferns, and the question is, how has the Warriors community positively impacted your life and or your art?
Good question.
Casey, since you're streaming, I'll let you start.
Oh, okay. Well, I've met a lot of friends through it, both in, this group, but also, outside of it. And it's a lot of not the only reason I started taking art seriously, but a big reason. I was on, the Warrior Cat forums when I was a kid, and, that's where I did a lot of my, very early, forays into comics and even animation, although I don't think I have any of my very earliest stuff saved anymore. And, drawing cats is fun. But yeah, and then also this team has been really, really awesome to work with. And, it's a nice, I work in animation, for a job. And, I can't say, I might have gotten there if I hadn't been doing Warrior Cat stuff, but it really did help me sort of, train my skills, both in, when I was just first starting out drawing, and then, when I sort of stumbled back into I didn't discover the animation community until, college. And I immediately joined a bunch of maps so I could practice in between semesters, because I think it was my second year of college, and I think that helped me improve a lot, just having that pressure to work on something during the summer. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll read Sun's answer. Sundeer said, well, I only learned about the community just prior to joining WCA, but having this project has been so much fun, has been a cathartically creative outlet compared to my more corporate daytime animation job. Thank God for non-preschool work. Alhamdulillah.
Whoa.
Amen.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and that's a big part of it for me too. I started reading Warriors when I was 7 years old. I think that was a long time ago. So, and that was when the new prophecy was just getting started. So Arc 1 had just wrapped up, and they were just putting out our Arc 2. So I've been here a while, but I think that came into my life at a time when I was starting for the first time in my life to feel lonely and like I wasn't normal, and so it came into my life at that time, and it brought me this amazing community and now I can say that it has brought me some of my best friends, the coolest people I know. It brought me this project, which is just incredible and keeps me sane. And I'm just every day in awe of this community that came from these books that, let's face it, are not high literature by any means. I don't know what happened or why these books clicked with us the way they did, but it latched onto my brain all those years ago, and it never let go. And I'm very grateful for that. It's also, I'm not that I'm some top-notch artist, not even close compared to the people on this team, but it definitely drove my art for the most part, even all these years later. So it gave me outlets in a lot of ways, and it brought me a community at a time I really needed it. So I will always be very grateful for the series, regardless of where it goes from here.
That's awesome, and my own experience has been very similar. It's you know, the creatives who are a part of it are, you know, especially you two. You brought us all together, so you know this.
Well, Jupiter too. We could not do this without Jupiter. Could not do it without Mariah, or Shiro, or any of the directors. Zur,
I
all of
love
it.
you too.
So great.
I wish we had the soundboard so I could do a little applause.
It's okay, I got you.
Like,
Woo! Yeah! Woo!
Toon knows we'll abuse the soundboard if we have it,
Yes,
so
I know.
we're not allowed.
Soundboard privileges have been revoked.
Yeah, I don't
Hot
think any of
pockets.
us can be. None of us can be trusted with that. It's too much power.
No, we're pretty terrible.
Yeah, it is way too much power. Not even Tiger Claw can handle that level of power.
Little.
What do you mean not even Tiger Claw? Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Tiger Claw gets any amount of power and he's like,
It's just from 0 to 100 pretty quickly, so just don't give him
Literally.
anything.
if you
With
give a
that-
mouse a cookie,
He's gonna want
Tiger-
9 lives. He's gonna
if you
want
give-
9 lives to go with it.
if you give a Tiger Claw a deputy shit, what happened?
The moment
good.
the moment he went from Kit to Paw in his name, it was
It's
the
over.
game was lost.
Before that, his dad left the clan because he's like, my baby's destined to be evil. I'm dipping.
I always think it's really funny when
That's
they make
trauma, man.
when they make babies in Warrior Cats like destined to be evil because
So they're like, oh yeah.
because then you look at like a picture of a real kitten,
born with that evil look on his face, and it's like, have you ever seen a newborn kitten?
see the kid.
Their eyes don't even focus yet. Purely
Well, their
a
eyes aren't
sign
even
of evil.
open yet.
Well, when they do open, they're not
cool.
even focused fully. They just like look in 2 different directions until their eye muscles learn how
Oh
to
yeah, I have a
muscle.
picture of Ivy like that.
Oh my god.
And you haven't sent it?
Literally,
You guys are unbelievable.
literally just send us your whole entire album of Ivy.
I do have an album. It's several
know.
thousand.
Give it.
So, okay. Oh, and also, someone asked, who do you think is the most fashionable warrior cat? It's Spotted Leaf, I think.
Yeah,
Like,
she has a beauty mark and
Frostfur.
everything.
Sorry, Frostfur.
Oh,
I
yeah,
stand strong with her.
I don't know if
I vote Spotted.
do they have fashion.
But if they did, who would be the most
If they did, okay.
I think Blue Star's pretty fashionable.
Blue Star.
fashionable?
Dapple
Blue
Tail.
Star.
But Blue
I
Star
feel like-
would be, the thing is, Blue Star would be very, like, it's very classic.
Blue Star is like a
Right.
pantsuit woman. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's exactly
It's very classic. It looks very good, but it's not, it's nothing out there. And I feel like Spotted Leaf would wear like something that like really catches your
Yeah.
attention.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, no,
Dapple
Blue Star
Tail.
it definitely goes with like the safe and practical, classic choice.
Dapple Tail, though. Whoever just said Dapple Tail, that's
I can see it.
for some
Maybe
reason.
Silverstream.
Silverstream would
I feel like
feel like she-
Silverstream to an
hashtag
extent is like
better than
the
Beyonce.
that one Taylor Swift song that's like she wear short skirts, I wear T-skirts, whatever. I can't speak.
I'm sorry, can we get that one more time?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Written by Sailor Twift.
My favorite Sailor Moon character.
That's not a Sailor Moon character. That's a Kate
Yeah,
Can't
don't
Speak
don't
character.
you remember Sailor
should
Twift?
be Sailor Twift should definitely be a
Of
Listen, be
Planet
nice to me.
Planet Twift?
Be
Planet
nice
Twift.
to me. Anyway, yeah, she would wear T-skirts. I'm saying that purposely now.
T-skirts, yeah, absolutely, I love it.
New fashion item.
Leopard.
I guess if you make a skirt out of t-shirts, that could be a t-skirt.
My
Absolutely.
guess goes to leopard stripe.
Oh, leopard. Leopard
Star?
fur?
Leopard stripe.
Who's leopard stripe?
Mm.
No, just while we're getting stuff wrong.
I was gonna
Listen,
say,
that's
leopards
my
don't
thing.
have stripes.
Yeah, no, leopard fur, leopard star. Spoilers.
Getting things wrong is my whole entire thing, by the way.
Mm.
I will get things approximately close to enough you know what I'm talking about, but I'm definitely saying the wrong name or the wrong word.
McLeod
say
is
that
not
I
here, but our what? Go ahead.
Oh, I think Sandpaw has to be fashionable because she's the mean girl,
Oh, right.
right? Like,
True.
I mean, I guess she could be like a tomboy,
I,
but
f-
I
I
don't know.
feel like she's like a lacrosse girl.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
I be
no,
mean to
that's a
Sandpaw?
good. No, that's a. I know what you're trying to say. I fully get it.
I'm about to
There's
date
a lot
myself.
of there's a lot of lacrosse players in my family.
I feel like Sandpaw looks like one of those stereotypical like middle school girls from like 2008 that was just very, very harshly trying to do her makeup, but definitely had way too much makeup on 24/7. You know what I'm talking about. You know the look where it's like a smoky eye 24/7. I feel like that was the look for Sandpaw.
That actually kind of
I
suits
can
her.
see that. I can see that.
You see the foundation is really caked in there. There are no pores on her face. She knows what she's about.
Oh man.
She just went
That's
to
why-
Claire's and bought a bunch of what was the popular makeup brand back then? Started with a C, didn't it? Or like an L?
So Firepaw, that's what Firepaw's into, huh?
I mean, she got better. She learned how to do her makeup.
Yeah, she'll probably
proper.
grow out of
Yeah,
that.
she got it.
Like Bobby
phase.
Brown or something.
It happens.
Who hasn't made a questionable fashion decision in middle school?
I mean, I made a lot of
I
really
made them
good
all throughout
decisions.
high school.
High school.
Yeah.
It was high school.
McLeod is not here, but the next question from Jackie is, how will Smudge feel once Rusty leaves? Will he feel abandoned, sad, or scared? Guys, Smudge's last line before Rusty leaves, McLeod tore my fucking heart.
He's so talented, everyone.
So, yeah.
Gosh, I am so excited.
So,
I'm so excited for
It
this.
is the most pitiful, sopping wet cat delivery you will ever hear.
Oh no.
It's so cute, though.
I'm so excited to see it.
And his White Storm though is so regal and
It is.
just the perfect like second in command. So like the two performances that he brings are so like good but so different too. That's
Mm-hmm.
He has the range.
I'm gonna really suffer when I have to clean all these gray paw head turns up.
I was gonna say.
I love
He's so cute.
It looks great, though.
dramatic, though. He's so cute.
Yeah.
I love torturing myself. I love
Like
Isn't that how we all
that
got here in
perfect,
the
that
first place?
perfect mix of
Masochist
drama
syndrome?
and confidence.
he loves the drama.
For all the people speculating on what music we should use for battle scenes, we're gonna Shiro is gonna take care of that, and it's gonna be great. But yeah, no, Shiro is gonna be writing their own score for this, and you guys are not ready. Next question is if the project will be translated into Spanish and subtitled. Yes, it will be. And we also really would like to have a dub, which our voice director is a Spanish voice actress. She's amazing, and so she'll be able to really help us out with that. So yeah, Spanish is and you know there's Spanish is like a 100%. There will be subtitles and hopefully a dub as well. Next question is from Metropolis. I think I have my whole writers team in here. Yippee.
Yay!
So I would like to hear y'all's answers too on this. And it was, what are some challenges you had to face adapting the books to an animated series? Yeah, if y'all want to answer that first. Everyone's tired of hearing my voice.
I mean, yeah, I like. Am I allowed to say this? Like, for like the parts of the episodes I've written, like I had to think a lot about like how it's gonna work within like an animated context. I remember like I like put in this visual in one of the scripts, and then Toon was like, "Oh, this would work so well for like a live action context, but like this might be like really hard to pull off for the animators." I'm like, "Oh," and like you have to think a lot about stuff like that.
Yeah, in the books, there's a lot of stuff that's like I guess there's a lot of fluff, where the characters are just kind of like doing, like they go to the same place like 4 or 5 times, you know, and learn something new every time they're there. And for animation is so time intensive, and you know, this is a fan project. None of us are getting paid, but like it's, you know, it's an expensive, laborious process. So anything we can shave down to cut down on the amount of locations characters are going to, the amount of times they have to travel to and from those locations, you know, because every walk cycle, every time a character is walking someplace, you have to go in and draw that whole background, that whole character walk cycle, like everything. So a lot of it's just like shaving down, trimming the fat, essentially.
Yeah, that's a
that works.
huge part of it.
Yeah, anything that works. And then there's like stuff that works fine in the book as just like, you know, Firepaw has a lot of dreams and a lot of internal monologues, and that kind of stuff can be difficult to show in animation and make it feel like you have to show a lot of that through character acting instead.
Yeah, and like as someone who's like obviously been like a fan of other franchises and like other like book series, like I remember like now that I'm part of this project, I understand like how hard it is to like really adapt a book series into like film format, because like fans always expect like the people who make these movie adaptations or like show adaptations to like put in everything, but like that's often not like viable. So you have to like work out what to cut, what to add, what to flesh out. And I think that's the main challenge of screenwriting for something like WCAnimated.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so proud. I love you. I love my writers team.
We love you too.
Kate, did you want to answer? Did you talk?
I did not talk.
No. Give me an answer.
Oh,
you don't have to.
I'm thinking of something that hasn't been said and how to word it.
Well, I think you're. Oh.
I think it's also just like keeping in mind how things work, because like an adaptation is an adaptation for a reason, so not everything is going to stay the same as you're moving it into like a different medium. So making sure that stuff still aligns and having things kind of make sense in the grand sense of the canon of the universe has been the part that I've been really like, you know, I'm familiar with Warrior Cats, but I'm also not familiar with Warrior Cats. You could ask me you can give me a random cat name and I'd be like, yeah, it sounds familiar. And it could be completely fake. It could be your OC, and I would just go with it. You could really easily trick me with Warrior Cats. So just making sure staying in line with stuff like that, and making sure like it's not drastically breaking something that's, you know, vitally important. I think that's one thing as well. Just keeping in mind how events play into each other, why an event affects another event, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, a big... Oh, hi, Casey.
Hello.
a second.
Our concept
Casey.
director is here, and our animation director will be joining us shortly. I'm collecting them all like infinity stones. But I think for me, it's hard because I'm a
Speak at the devil.
screenwriter by trade, and I understand. I know most people, when they think of their favorite series or their favorite media of any kind, when it's adapted, they want it to be just like the book, just like whatever the original form is, and I understand that, but I also know that that doesn't work. It's really great in theory, and it's less great in practice, especially with something like Warriors. So I think for me, it's been a lot of trying to be true to kind of my instincts as a screenwriter and wanting to make this better, cut what I don't want, add what I do, but also trying to find that balance because I know that there are some changes that are gonna, upset some people. There's gonna be some things that are cut. There's gonna be some things that maybe aren't the way you remember it from the book, and that's because we're not doing the book. We're doing our version of this story. So I guess it's been about finding that balance between myself as a screenwriter and myself as a Warrior Cats fan, and I want the fans to love what we make, and I really think that most people will, but I can't please everyone. I understand that, but that's been kind of and then I also have my list of things that are in the books a lot that I'm just like, we just avoid this when we can because it's noise, it's fluff for the sake of fluff. Like I'm like, gatherings, cut those as short as we can. If we can convey the information without a gathering, that's what we do, because that's a lot of resources. That's a lot of
Also,
characters, and it's everyone sitting and talking, which is not very exciting to watch.
half of every gathering is just everyone being like, "How's the prey?"
Yeah, and so with we kind of really shave that down in our scripts, and a lot of stuff is cut, and a lot of stuff is very condensed, and there's some new stuff too, which is exciting. But it's all about finding that balance, and I hope that that pays off.
A mild interjection. It definitely has paid off. I know the episode isn't out, but the second it is out, we will see that payoff. You guys are gonna love it.
Well, that feels good, and I know when I think it was Dee reading the script said like the scenes that were missing, I didn't even notice they were missing until it was mentioned that they were. It felt very natural, and that's a very high compliment to me, is that the changes feel natural. I wouldn't say they're all that. It's not like they're barely noticeable, because there are new scenes that were not in the books. There are a lot of scenes that ended up being cut just for the sake of runtime, or because they weren't necessary, or for other reasons. But yeah, I think that I hope that everyone agrees. Also, King is here. Welcome, King. Also, we have Graypaw here. Hi, Graypaw. Hi, Grant.
Hi, that's me. Hi. Hello.
Hello, I am King.
Say hi to King, our amazing animation director, and hi to Graypaw. We have Graypaw, we have Blue Star, we have Tiger Claw, and Spotted Leaf could not be here, but Ariana says hello to everyone.
The Grant Paw. Yes, that's true.
Grandpa.
Grant Paw is here.
I don't know if you've seen this work in progress yet, Grant. It's your voice coming out of this guy.
Oh yeah, I can.
I have not, and I'm so excited. I was like, oh my god, that's my boy. There he is.
I will stream, because look at this.
Give me 1 second to try and finagle this tail movement, and I'll unmute it for a sec so we can all actually hear the audio.
So good.
So exciting.
Let's see. Let's just settle more, but that's something I can do later. I'm just gonna add it in between.
Oh, that's a good question. It's not in the spreadsheet, but I really would like to hear King answer it. King, can you be on mic for a second?
Yes.
So Clouded Jasper is wondering, what kind of work does an animation director do?
Let's see. Now I have to actually think about what I do for my job here. So we were just talking about this yesterday. Actually, my very favorite thing to do is feedback. I love doing draw overs. So a lot of times it's just kind of checking that when somebody does a scene, like this lovely one we're watching right now, they'll post like maybe their first keys. You know, like here's the characters and here's where I'm gonna sit them on the layout. So part of that, once the production starts, is going to be making sure the characters are sitting properly on the background, making sure their animators have all the right pieces that they need to work, all the model sheets and everything. And then also just looking over their initial key drawings, which is usually like in 2 or 3 drawings, maybe depending on the length of the scene. And then just checking that they're on model, looking for expressions, like like I know with this shot there was a lot of little extra expressions that I was like, hey, let's actually simplify this down a bit and make him move less and stuff like that. Which sounds dumb. Make it move less as an animation director.
No, I think it's a valuable thing.
Yeah, it's more like an acting choice. Like
that was
less
my favorite assignment that you ever gave. I think was the one where you said move the character as little as possible while conveying the acting, while doing the lip sync.
Yeah.
Don't move the camera because I see so often people animate things that like animate dialogue, just spoken dialogue, the same way they would animate, like a cat dramatically lip syncing in a map. And that doesn't work. It feels overacted. It's distracting. It's hard to look at. It's like it gives you motion sickness a little bit sometimes. I know that I have been something I became aware of because of that assignment. So I'm really, really grateful that you gave that, and I think it's actually a really great piece of advice. Also, guys, we have Ravenpaw and Lionheart here now too.
Hello, what's all this then?
No.
They've been recast.
Connor.
How's it going, y'all?
You're just messing with everybody right from the start. That's great.
Also, not to interrupt, all the fun questions, but I can play this with audio now.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here.
That's me. Holy shit.
Cool.
His little inhale is so
That's so
cute.
cool.
I know, I love it.
He's so proud.
He's so
That's
ready.
so surreal,
Tell
seeing your
the-
voice come out of that cat's.
To give the lore. Oh, that's so fun. That's so cool to like actually see in the middle of the process. That's so cool.
It's like
I just get so excited every time.
Also, Ravenpaw finally got so scared that he turned British.
Yo.
I thought you were about to announce that you're now doing smudge.
We have incredible news, everyone. Connor will now be doing every character.
Every voice.
Well, he could actually do it though. Connor
Yeah,
Clan
he could.
is canon.
No.
Connor Clan. Okay, Connor, I need to hear any of the female characters from you. I want to hear Blue Star or Spotted Leaf.
Oh, I gotta dig up those files I did before most of those other actors had been cast from like ages ago, because I recorded some of the character lines for the sake of like doing lip sync practice. And somewhere out there is a unofficial Connor take of Blue Star, Spotted Leaf, etc., etc.
I feel like you could do like a Linda
I'm
Belcher-esque take on
Bobby. I kind of can.
A really interesting thing
Blue
that
Star, yeah.
I don't even know if a lot of people in the project know about this, but the C in WCAnimated actually stands for Connor.
Connor.
That's,
Don't
you
do
know,
that.
it's funny because I joined after the project had started, and they told me about that, and I was like, that's very surprising, but I can see it.
Warrior Connor animated.
We hired you because your name was Connor.
They got a message from Star Clan that Connor alone can save our clan.
We were like, yeah. They were like, Star Clan was like, put Connor in the C instead. And we're like, are you sure, Star Clan? They're like, yes, you'll see in a few months what we're at.
Mariah, are you there right now?
I am now. I was dying for a second, but
Oh,
no,
no.
I just got back.
Oh,
Hi.
nice. Perfect timing. I shifted Firepaw's pose a little bit. I moved one of his legs forward on his back legs, and I was wondering if this is here it is contrasted with This
We
is
just
more
we just
close.
need that
old, but-
line between his butt cheek and lower leg to have more of a curve to it, and you're good.
Cool.
That was
I
funny.
didn't
Is
know how
feedback.
better
Mariah.
to express that.
That
Yeah,
was
the giggle at that
this
feedback.
project in a nutshell, right there. Those last 10 seconds.
Oh, so
Wow.
I will make a comment about the feedback because I made it sound like I'm the only one that gives animation feedback, but actually we work as a team. So like on this scene, I pinged Mariah and I was like, hey, I tried to do a draw over for this, but what do you think about it? So there's actually we'll get the style team involved with model feedback as well, so it's not just one person doing all the feedback usually. Sometimes we'll have someone that's like really good at a certain character and we'll bring them in and be like, what do you think of this? Or, you know, if they worked on their model sheet especially and they're good at drawing them.
Yeah, I'm on the style team, but I pretty much only get pinged for spotted leaf.
Yes.
Because she's the only one I
No,
can like
you're
draw
about to
super
get pinged for
consistently.
Willow Pelt a whole bunch.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you
Woohoo!
about Willow Pelt.
Okay.
She has her
I'll-
moment to shine, especially in a later scene that we'll get to. But we have a music question. If I could call on Shiro. This question
Shiro.
is from July, who also left a very sweet other comment. But what will the score and soundtrack consist of? As in, what can we expect instrument-wise?
So, primarily when it comes to the instruments that we use to illustrate the kind of setting that we have, right now, my thoughts on the score are the two-leg place is kind of generally going to be represented with piano as a base, and the wilderness, the wild, where the cats are, that's generally going to be with guitar as a base. We're taking a lot of inspiration from Scottish and Gaelic folk music because this is set in Scotland. So that's generally the type of vibe we're going for, is having those elements with general orchestral stuff as well built in.
Thank you. I'm so guys, you're just not ready. I can't overstate how breathtaking Shiro's work is, and their dedication also can't be understated, because it was like 2 a.m. one time and we're just chatting and Shiro's over there teaching themselves Celtic guitar. I mean, my fingers are suffering, but it's worth it, and it will be. I am so excited for you guys to hear more of their work.
Shiro's music is just gold and diamonds. Insane.
Mm-hmm.
It does rule.
Fun fact, Shiro is actually pronounced S-Hero.
Little
Hero, our hero.
Hero, our hero.
This person also asked, what is Rusty/Firepaw's design inspired by?
Rust and Fire.
Cats.
I know that the big inspiration was the Somali cat.
Yeah, the Somali cat is a big inspiration for that. The patterning, the way the red kind of just cloaks over his body and makes a mask on his face is definitely based on the Somali and Abyssinian sort of markings.
Which does make it kind of funny that his owners just like let him out.
Yeah, they just let him out and
You're like, oh, here's our purebred kitten. Go in the woods.
Yep. Well, keep your cats indoors, guys.
Keep your cat indoors.
Yeah.
You don't want them to live the warrior lifestyle.
It's not like the
They're not
books
built for that.
They're not. And they're
Your cat is
damaging
not
to
Firestar.
and they're damaging to the environment. So keep your cats indoors, keep them safe, keep your local birds safe.
In Scotland especially, they're actually like doing rewilding work and trying to save the actual Scottish wildcat.
Scottish wildcat.
And the problem is that it's breeding with feral cats, so it's going away. But yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what they mean when they say they have wild blood.
Maybe.
They were not lying.
Okay, someone is asking everyone's favorite character in the series. My overall favorite has to be Blue Star, but the runners-up would be Brightheart and Grey Wing. from Dawn of the Clans.
Grey Wing, yeah.
And Devling, who has always been very special to me.
Yeah, Grey Wing and Ravenpaw, I love so much.
I can answer for Kate. I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Frostpaw, but the runner-up is Cinderpaw. They're close, but Cinderpaw has been overtaken by Frostpaw.
Frostpaw, my daughter.
You want to give her $4 bazillion?
No, I'm gonna get. She's currently in the market for me giving her $5 billion for her troubles in the current arc.
Fair enough.
That number will indefinitely go up because it did start at 1 million, and then after like book 3, I was like, oh okay, so we're at 3 million now. So it will continue to go up.
Wonderful.
I second that. I love Frostfur. Oh my gosh, Frostpaw.
my
I love
God.
Frost. I love all of the 3 new protags. I love Sunbeam, I love Frostpaw, and I do love Nightheart. And not a lot of people like Nightheart. I love Nightheart.
I think Nightheart's a little funny, honestly.
I wish they all existed in like 2009 so I could see them in MS Paint with emo hair. I guess I could be the change. But
You know, we can
Yeah,
both
we
be the
can
change,
be the
actually.
world.
Let's do this.
You want us to be the change you want us to.
My horse woke up and she keeps coming to stare at me. I call her a horse because she's so tall.
A resident horse girl.
Summon Casey.
Excuse me,
like
Kate.
my actual horses.
Exactly, precisely, whom I just fed and let out like maybe 30 minutes ago.
The horse was in your house?
I wish. If I wanted to, I could possibly do it, but then my mom would get really mad at me if they pooed in the house.
Understandably.
We should put June and Nixie in a room together and just see who comes out on top, who wins.
Ooh, I'd love to see that. Which shepherd mix would come out on top? Who would outthink who?
June's a little bit of a freak. She just put her head on my thigh and she's looking at me with her ugly little bicycle head.
Bicycle head? What is?
She has like a bicycle.
Does that mean she's got wheels, or is her head shaped like a bicycle?
It's shaped like a bicycle seat. It's shaped like a bicycle seat. It's really, really gross.
The simultaneous shaped like a
That's
bicycle
so
seat.
rude.
Obviously.
That's fair. I
Obviously,
shouldn't have.
that's
It should have been clear to me.
Yeah, not just a bicycle head. A full bicycle.
Nixie would probably
Bicycle head is my favorite
focus on
Trevor Henderson
chewing that
character.
bicycle head.
Toon, is it
He
alright if I
loves
ask a
mouthing
question
dog
real
heads.
quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is for just anyone on the animation team. Is every tail swish, is that inspired by actual cat body language, or is some of it more of like just like a personality expression for whatever the character is doing in that scene? Because I love the little tail swishes.
Are we talking about this scene?
In this scene, I would say it's a mix of both, because I have Rusty doing some tail swishing like a cat would actually do, and it's being threatened, because this is before they're this is when they're still kind of adversarial, even though Greypaw's not really. This is like right after Greypaw like insults him about.
Mean Greypaw.
Yeah, literally.
Bully
He's like, well,
Greypaw.
So he's like
it
twitching
wasn't
his
worth
tail
hurting
in
you.
an
You're
annoyance,
obviously just a
yeah.
pet.
Oh no, I'm nipping that nonsense in the bud.
Funny though.
And like, you know, they just scuffled a little bit. But Greypaw has this little, when he says, you must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. I made him do this little like circular motion with his tail, like this way someone might gesture with their hands.
Yeah.
Oh, this
I
makes
love
me really
the
excited for that.
I love it.
Spotted leaf
Like,
scene.
tail swishies.
For the what?
Kevin, turn your gain up again.
There's a spotted leaf scene later where you get to see spotted leaf at work in the healer's den, and I'm really excited for that one.
Girl be working.
Visually.
Girl boss. Girl boss
Girl
moment.
boss.
We have a question. While rereading the first series, is there, assuming you guys reread the thing to write the script, is there any side part of the story not usually remembered that you guys were like, oh, we should include this in the series, or I didn't remember this part of the book? There's a part where Blue Star, after her decline, concocts a plan to kill herself, and I did not remember that at all. I was like,
I have to be reminded of that because it just feels so
I was like,
not
oh my god,
fun.
I did not remember this at all. I think
No,
I think for the most part,
not
there were
ringing
a
any
lot of like
bells.
little things, I guess. There's like the thing with it's kind of a blink and you'll miss it moment in the book, but when Wind Clan and Shadow Clan like declare war on Thunder Clan because they're sheltering Broken Tail, it was actually Swiftpaw who told Shadow Clan that, and I feel like no one ever talks about that. So that was something that I was like, wait a minute, why does no one talk about this? Because that Swiftpaw couldn't keep his mouth shut. So, no, that was in the first arc. It's in Rising Storm, I want to say.
I had forgotten like a ton of stuff that happens in these books. I just reread Fire and Ice recently, and I can't even pick one because I was like, wow, it's just a lot that happens. That, like, I remembered the broad strokes of it, but not the specifics.
I was caught by surprise when the cats started fighting, because that one is one that I had always forgotten about.
Oh yeah, me too actually.
Happens a lot.
Oh my
You might miss it.
And who would have expected the warrior cats to go to war?
And they're warriors.
Yo.
What?
And they're cats? I didn't know
And
that.
they're cats.
Yo, insane.
Huh?
I did forget that they were cats after a while.
They they do kind of talk like little people.
Hey, I have a really important question. Who let that in? I just heard him go, huh? Who let him in?
Yeah, why is he here? Who is he?
Y'all forgot to close the door.
Apparently. Anyone got a broom? Gotta chase him out like a little raccoon.
Poke him out, yeah.
There was a comment earlier that said, "Can Tiger Claw say I'm part of Connor Clan now?" And there you go. I'm part of Connor Clan now.
No.
And I will become Connor Star.
Oh.
We're all part of Connor Clan.
Now we
No,
all
our-
are all
like, the
become
end of
Connor,
our
destroyer
names
of
are Connor.
clans.
So instead of like Paw or whatever warrior name or kid, everyone's name just ends with Connor. Blue Connor. Tiger Connor.
Hi, Connor. Hey, Connor. It's just
No
a
one's
bar.
allowed to be Connor. That's not allowed by Star Clan. By Connor Clan, sorry.
Yeah, you'll
So
get
it's
smoke
just
from
Barbie.
the head.
Where's it Star Connor?
So it's just the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
Also, this is like selfish of me, but hi, Blood Hush. Hi, bestie. Hi, love you. Hi, welcome to stream, friend.
That name sounds extremely familiar.
Sorry if you've heard me yelling or any like
They are so
sounds
good at
of
art.
metal pipes hitting each other. June is attacking me, and there are metal pipes on the floor.
Good.
Don't say the word metal pipe in front of Cole.
He can't do anything right now.
Does he get some ideas?
Don't
Cole
underestimate me.
loves to play the metal pipe sound.
Oh.
Metal pipe falling sound.
You know, it's
Oh,
crazy. He
I-
actually is not playing a sound. He could just make that sound with his mouth. It's really
Yeah,
wild.
well, yeah, that's what I
Yes,
meant,
of
but I didn't want to
course,
like
of
scare the audience into knowing that Cole could do that. But I guess
I'm just picturing.
secret's out.
I'm just picturing Cole somehow like making that sound with his mouth and just.
I'm imagining it would be like when
How
you
are
like go like into a microphone, but like do it really slowly, and it's just like making like weird shapes with his mouth.
It's like the guy from Police Academy, if anyone remembers.
It just becomes that exact line from Scott Pilgrim. It's, how are you making that sound with your mouth? Don't worry about how I'm doing it.
Oh yeah.
Niche reference.
Someone is asking if there's anything that could make us proceed past the first arc. A really fat paycheck from
Yeah.
Yep.
Money.
They're like, yeah, we want you to make
Especially
it.
for the
Here's
new
that
prophecy arc.
paycheck, I would do it.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
but like under the table because no one needs to know that.
yeah, and I want to be able to do it.
We can't alert the high command or whatever.
No, it would be from the high command. That's the.
No, it
that's
would be
the
a
thing.
really fat paycheck.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
And I would do it.
Because we wouldn't have any
can make
other way
this
of doing that.
my full-time job, then yeah, I would do it. But they would
A
need
fat paycheck for everyone in the team. Then we'll actually do the new prophecy arc.
yeah.
Oh my
only
god,
then.
pizza party.
And it
Oh,
would still be
right.
completely different, right?
If we do a pizza party, it's got to have those little rock solid vanilla and chocolate ice cream cups with a little wooden spatula you have to use to scrape it out.
We also
Yeah.
have to
Pizza
have one of those
ice
rollout
cream.
TVs. Don't forget those.
Would
Yeah, the hood ice
That's
cream.
true.
so I'm not even really like a big fan myself personally, but would we be required to put sardines on the pizzas because it's for
What?
cats?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it,
I was just
fish?
thinking we
only-
could put Meow
only
Mix and call it a day.
Only River Clan would do that.
Fish myself, I will not
River
eat it.
Clan does
Sardines
fair.
on
Okay.
pizza. I feel like
No, only
anchovies
No, we
are
could
the...
place squirrel meat on
Don't be
pizza.
gross. It's anchovies. Put anchovies.
Anchovies, my bad.
Sardines.
You know what I mean. I don't
I mean,
I don't
I'm not
know.
gonna say that it's not possible. I mean, I'm sure someone's done it and enjoyed it.
That's
not trying to
actually
knock
not-
anyone.
And apparently ThunderClan is already having Taco Tuesday, so.
It's
Yeah.
just whether it's one type
my
of
first
canned
degree.
fish or another type of canned fish. Like it's kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column
They're
B. I'm
tin
not.
fish.
Now listen here.
Casey, I'm picturing you
Here in
said that and like
Texas, we
raised a
call 'em
pinky on your
cans.
Wacom pen as you're writing. Like as you, they're tinned fish actually.
Someone send a little nerd emoji in the Discord. I can't look.
Wait, what?
We have a question from Stuffed Animal Studios. What does your production look like? How do you keep everything organized? Well, this has to start with a huge shout out to our compositing director, actually, Neko, who is always on us about keeping our files properly organized, and that's always a huge help. And kind of manages our file system. So Neko shout out. Everyone give Neko your love.
Yeah, Neko.
And unfortunately they can't be here today. They're on a trip, but yeah, huge thanks. But then I think the layout, not to pat myself on the back too much, but
I was just about to say, are you going to shout out yourself? Because if not, I will.
I think
Yeah,
the
please.
layout of our Discord server really, really helps because I see really commonly with projects of this nature that they either don't have enough channels or they have too many channels. And both of those things can really, I mean, it seems like such a little thing, but it really can kill a project. I've seen it happen where either it's too hard to navigate things because if you only have one channel for an entire department, where do they submit actual work? Where do they chat about the department? Like, where does all that happen? It all happens in the same place and things get lost. But, you know, I think not to be that person, but I am actually working on a series of videos for my YouTube channel where I'm gonna kind of go more in depth about about running these things and about kind of making that more accessible. And one of those is going to be about how to set up a Discord server for a project. That's
huge. I will say though,
The Warrior
Toon,
Cats
I
team.
think there's something to be said for. We have some really great directors, and I'm not including myself. I'm saying like our like people who actually run the
No,
project.
include yourself.
I'm pretty great too. But like as far I'm good at the animation side of things, but as far as organizing this project, I'm like abysmally bad. So it's wonderful to have people who like even just little things like poke you every now and then and go, hey, did you finish this, or can you take this on, or what's going on? You know, that's so huge because I've been in other projects where it's, you know, like, well, I was in charge of one project, nothing ever got done. So I know what that, I know that from experience, you know, that's just hard. And especially in a project that goes on for a couple of years, you know, keeping up that energy and keeping up the ability. Toon, you're especially good about poking people when things start to feel a little dead. You'll come running in and be like, "Hey, so how's that going?" "Oh, right, I'm gonna work on that today. I promise." You know, whatever. But, like, you do it in a kind way. You also don't harass anybody or make them feel like they're overworked. Like, you know, we feel the freedom to say, "I honestly can't do this," and then you're like, "Cool, well, I'll go, you know, see who else can do it," you know, or whatever. But yeah, I think Jupe and Toon are fantastic overall directors who keep this project going. So yeah.
Thank you,
And I
King.
think you need that on a project.
That means a lot. Yeah, well, actually, that's something else I warn people about is that, you know, this is in your free time for fun project, but when you're a director, especially like not just a department director, but the head director, I think a lot of people really, because it's for fun, it's volunteer, in your free time, really underestimate how much of your free time that really takes up.
Yeah.
You know, like I put a lot of time into this project, even when it doesn't always seem like it. I do my best, and it's not like a walk in the park. I sit back and I watch everything happen. You have to be an active participant as a director, and it does take a lot of your time, and you have to be okay with that. It helps, of
It's
course,
one of those things that
when
I
you love
feel
what you're
like
doing and who you're working with, which I do.
I feel like it's also one of those things that the people who work with you know exactly, they have a better idea at least of the amount of time and effort that you're putting into this project, and it's the kind of work that, you know, you're not going to wrap up that work and then show it off. Like, it's not like you can post on Twitter, "Hey, look at all the," you know, or I guess sometimes you can. You're going to make those videos about running a Discord, but like there's not a lot to show for it as far as like a physical thing that you made, but it's something that without which the rest of the project wouldn't get made.
And that's definitely something I think I've expressed that I've struggled with. It's hard when, you know, people get to point at art and be like, "I made that," and it's like, I can't really do that, but that doesn't mean that what I do isn't important.
Yeah, Toon could post about 6,000 audio clips of a character audition and say, "I listened to all of those." And you guys don't know the hours and hours that, you know, that Toon's put
And it
into
is
that.
hours and hours.
Toon broadly
Oh my God,
gesturing
but
and
hours and hours and
months
hours
of
and hours.
audition
It's
listening.
thousands, isn't it? It's like thousands of
A
like
lot. There's a lot of auditions.
Yeah, it takes you like weeks and weeks, and you go through them all. Like, you don't go, "Oh, I'm gonna skip a few," or whatever. Like, you listen to every single one. Like,
And I always feel like I have to emphasize that because people get really worried about upvotes and all that on Casting Call Club. Everyone who has sat in while I'm reviewing auditions can attest to the fact that I listen to every audition start to finish.
yes.
So fear not. I listen to them all. It takes me some time.
And there are times when you could listen to one and go, "Oh, the audio is terrible. I'll just skip this one." But you don't. You sit there, you sit through it or whatever, because you may find someone who just needs a better mic or whatever. And like,
yeah, so because sometimes people really, really surprise you. And I always try to keep an open mind with that. But yeah, as that update, I am still going through this latest round of auditions. I'm working on that. So I will keep people posted, and I am so excited to share the results because oh my gosh, we have some amazing auditions in there. Like, really, really incredible stuff. Forever in awe of this fandom. Will there be
I saw
more
somebody.
Oh, go ahead.
I saw somebody earlier was asking the voice actors what mic they used. I use an AKG P120.
I use a Neumann TLM 103.
Sennheiser 416.
Rode NT2A.
I love
We do not have a consensus. We're very sorry.
I love how we all fell into like a perfect. Oh, that was.
Y'all are
very
speaking
well-
another language.
That
That's
was
the
very
weirdest
well
kind of
organized.
counting I've ever heard. That's math counting right there.
Also, I had no idea it was pronounced Neumann. I thought it was like Newman or
It is
Newman or
Neumann.
something.
too.
It is indeed. Also, you are not currently hearing me on the Neumann TLM 103. This is my backup microphone. Oh, thank you. It's
Oh
still
no,
a
no,
good.
I'm
It's
on my little ear pods.
there you go. Yeah. This is my desk microphone. That's kind of like my backup. It's what I used to use years ago as like my really good recording microphone, but it's a Audio Technica 4047. This one's also a good mic though.
I used a Shure SM7B way back in the day. That was one of my favorites. I loved it wasn't too bassy, it wasn't too thin. That was one of my favorites.
It sounds like you guys are just making things up.
Yeah.
We could be, and
figured out.
We could be, and I
discovered.
would
Abort,
not
abort,
know.
abort.
we're
It's a
casting
very
spells,
elaborate
actually.
practical joke on Casey Gothrog specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all talked about this before we started the live stream.
Yep. That is
We all
that is what I love
rehearsed,
about
we
rattling
memorized
off.
our lines and microphone names.
Yeah, that's what I love about rattling off equipment names, because like I can say my equipment list from top to bottom, and it would sound like I'm casting an incantation.
Love that. Yeah, no, I love talking about like just in general, like what I do with people that don't know. Like my brother's girlfriend, like I was asking about my job, and I was like, oh, you know, like I'm doing like I do like storyboard revisions on a show, and I was like rattling off about like you know the program I'm using and like what I'm doing, and she's like, I'm gonna sound like an idiot, but what's a storyboard? And I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I remember someone asking for a different project for Animated Wings. They're like, "What do you need? What do you mean you're in storyboards? What do you need a storyboard for? The book is right there." And it's like, oh, that's not what
Oh my
that
god.
is. And it's
The most annoying.
People genuinely don't know. And I hope
They think it's just the story like written out on a whiteboard. Oh no.
Frog Watcher is wondering, how do you go about bringing the characters to life, choosing their voice inflection, shape, language, color palette, etc. If
Ooh, so many
anyone
departments.
wants to start off with talking about the design, and then maybe Shiro,
Can we answer
Zero
this
and
in
I.
order of like production? So like maybe
Sure, absolutely, and then
start to the script probably and
Shiro.
Real quick, sorry, can you repeat the question? I
Yeah,
was a
I
little
missed
too
it.
focused on the fact that this person's name was Frog Watcher. I love that.
I know, I love that.
Same. I was totally distracted. Dang it.
the Discord chat is blowing up too. We're all like Frog Watcher. Oh my god.
I watch frogs too.
Well, actually, I do want to
Watching a frog right
read
now.
their. I do want to read their. We have an anything else kind of box in the forum, and I do want to read their message because it's important. As someone working in the IRL medicine cat den, please keep your cats up to date on their shots. It's important for their health and the health of any cats they come in contact with. Yes, I think that's important. Keep your cats up to date on their shots. But yeah, so the question is, how do you go about bringing the characters to life with choosing their voice inflection, shape, language, color palette, etc.? And then I would.
Oh, that is an all-encompassing question
Well,
for
Mariah,
like
you
every
can
single
start.
department.
Start you and King and any of the designers here can talk about the design part of it, and then myself, Shiro, and Zur. Zur, if you want to type something out as well, and I can read that if you don't want to be on mic, then we can talk about kind of what we look for in choosing a voice for the characters.
Man. I don't know how to answer that. This is such a complicated question. I'm like, let me teach you all of my design knowledge.
Let me guide you a little bit. What is the most important part of the design, do you think? What is the first thing
Oh,
that we
it's
focus
the
on?
general shape of the character. There's a lot of focus on like the details in the character for a lot of people, and they are important, but like subconsciously the shape the general shape of the character will tell you most of the things about that character, and will also distinguish that character from other characters. And then it will basically set the stage for what kind of, you know, person they are. And yeah, and I think it reaches people on like a very primal level, I guess you could say. But everything after that, while important, just follows that structure.
Yeah, I think our hierarchy in WCA when it comes to design is shape and silhouette, first priority, then markings, then colors. Because that silhouette is the most important thing. And then, because I mean,
You want them to be
I have the fact that I look at the designs almost every day, but show me a silhouette of any of our designs and I can tell you who it is. And even if you don't know the designs, I've tested this on a few people. If you're not like that familiar with the designs, people can still typically guess who's who based on just the silhouette alone, and I think that's really important, especially with this style in particular, because it's so shapely. But and then as far as choosing a voice, people ask me, they're like, oh, well, what do you imagine this character sounds like? Like, what's your voice claim for them? And I don't typically have like a voice claim, like an actual person that I can think of. It's usually just like, I don't know, there was a voice that I read them with in my head when I read the books. So that, I guess. And then, and sometimes people completely surprise me and change how I hear the character when I hear certain auditions. But I think like a really good example of this is that in the second round of casting with Ravenpaw, I was between two actors. And Shiro and Zer will tell you I was pulling my hair out. And Jupiter, they'll all tell you I was pulling my hair out trying to just make a decision to cast one of these actors. And it was hard because they were both so good. But at the end of the day, I listened to the auditions while just staring at the animation from the casting call of Ravenpaw. And at the end of the day, it just came down to the fact that one voice sounded more like our Ravenpaw than the other one. They were both so good. I had such a hard time choosing. So a lot of the time, it just comes down to what, if you look at the character and you hear the voice, can you hear that voice coming out of that character? Zur is saying, you want the voice to convey the personality, but it's mostly what feels right. And I agree with that. It's a little hard to articulate because it's just kind of, you can feel what's right for the character when you listen. And then the other thing that I see a lot is that sometimes I hear a voice and I'm like, oh my gosh, this voice is awesome, but it sounds too much like another character that we have. So, I can't have, for example, a dark stripe that sounds too similar to my Longtail and my Tiger Claw because those characters interact a lot and they're very tightly connected in the story. So I can't have them all sound very similar. They need to be distinct. That was definitely a huge factor, especially with Graypaw and Firepaw when casting them, because it was really important that they sound different and distinct from each other. So that's definitely part of it.
So if you're auditioning, keep that in mind.
Yeah. I mean, and that's one of the things that sucks because sometimes I'm like, this is such a good voice, but there's nothing I can do about it. Like, it's not the actor's fault. There's nothing they could have done better. It's just not right for this part because it sounds too much like this other character. And that's always really hard. But it's fun. We will. Oh, it's kind of similar on the voice acting note, Alex. If you were to bring in someone famous, like a YouTuber or an actor, who would it be for what character? If any of you say
no.
for anything, I'm coming to your house.
I think we're too afraid to speak now. Thanks.
Wait, what did you say? I was not paying attention.
Oh yeah, Shiro, for sure. Shiro wants to answer the previous question, so Shiro, go ahead. Sorry,
Answer it for for somebody who hasn't been cast yet. Because I think that the voice actors are all going here and going,
No Markiplier.
Well, I was gonna answer the question from the perspective of music. I think that one of the most important things when it comes to a really impactful score, in my opinion, is that the music represents the like certain attributes of a character or a setting, um, and connect that to the journey that the character or setting undergoes. And I think being able to capture that entire like dynamic nature of what you're trying to put into the score, um, is something that really connects you to it, and it's something that really makes it powerful and memorable. I think like one of the biggest things that a score can be is memorable, and so in order to do that, you then have to connect kind of the already established and like kind of the precedent of how certain emotions are represented in music from like previous films, classic films, kind of just like generally um how people, you know, represent certain emotions. Like if you think of like the Imperial March from Star Wars, ba, 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 like everyone's like, oh, that sounds evil, right? So like something like that, if you're trying to represent something that's like stereotypically evil, then you could do something similar to the Imperial March. But then there comes an issue of like playing into stereotypes and prejudice, and you definitely want to avoid that. And so that like in the instance of like Warrior Cats, right? Like I like the setting is Scotland, so yeah, I'm going to incorporate like bagpipes and Celtic guitar, but I'm not going to play something that sounds like Scotland the Brave anytime something cool happens. You know, like there's a certain like there's a certain
I
balance
appreciate
you have to strike. Yeah, of course, of course. There's a certain balance that you have to strike when it comes to like playing to the strengths of like how the general population interpret music and how they've heard music in previous media and the kind of situations that they're connected to. And you kind of play into those, but also put your own original spin on it and connect it to the characters and their journeys. And I think that's really how you like take a character and take an entire honestly an entire universe and elevate it to the next level with the score.
I'm so glad you're here.
Why are you so eloquent?
Yeah.
Seriously, I was like in awe.
Zero's gonna be doing the WCAnimated press tour. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he's gonna have the mic in his hand
So
all the time.
wise.
Yeah. Do, do, do.
Shira, do you know you're about as
So
cool as
our
Fulton
not
Bet?
in the call, but our cultural consultant is in the chat, so everyone say hi. Because
She heard us
they are
say
amazing.
Scotland and
We
came
love,
running.
yeah, no, we brought up Scotland and she manifested, but shout out to her. She's incredible and has been so amazingly helpful. I will tell that everyone says hi.
Love the typing ASMR.
Okay, okay,
forever.
I get it. I do have a question from Starberry really quick, and then about do I have to read the books before I watch this? Absolutely not. We've done it in a way you don't have to read the books. It's going to be different from the books, so if you want to get like that full experience and know what everyone is talking about all the time and all those little details, then yeah, read the books. But you do not have to read the books to watch our series. And then I do King if you want to talk about how we bring the characters to life animation wise, because I always think of your Gorse Tunnel shot, which is a just incredible example of that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I completely forgot about that. So I'm glad you brought it up. I was just going to say that different characters should act in different ways. So just because they're all cats doesn't mean they're all going to even walk the same. Um, so like when I did the Gorse Tunnel shot, I was thinking, okay, they're all walking into the Gorse Tunnel. This is, I guess, Rusty's first time going into ThunderClan. So he's sort of excited to be there. but also a little bit intimidated, but he's not going to let them know. Like, you're thinking about all these things for that character, and Rusty's going to walk a little different. He's a little house cat. He's going to walk a little different than these guys who are just, going in their front door. They've been here a million times. But they're also like, we're bringing a guest in, so we're being very impressive and cool because, hey, you're joining our club maybe, so let's see what you got, kid, whatever. So we've got, and then they're all just different weights even. So Lion's very heavy, so he's going to have kind of a stately walk, and then meanwhile Rusty's kind of still kittenish movements maybe, so he's going to kind of bounce on in like, oh my gosh, here I go, like, I don't know.
White Storm has this little like unicorn trot, which I love.
Yeah, he's a little lighter, but he's still like very elegant. So yeah, it's just keeping those character things in mind. I know, so animators are, I heard it once said that animators are actors with a pencil. So we're actually having to solve a lot of the same problems that actors do. And I'm not talking about just voice actors. I mean actors like in front of a camera. So one of the things that I always hear about, this kind of generic, exercise that they say to do for actors, is figure out how your character walks. So you're looking at their personality. It's like, how, if they had to get up and go answer the phone across the room, how would they walk? Versus if they were walking because they were sad, but how does this character, when they're sad, walk? It won't be the same for every character. Some characters, I mean, I imagine Tiger Claw sad walking is going to look very different from Blue Star, sad walking, or Gray Paw, sad walking. So the animators have to think about that. Like, what does it mean for, when they're excited about something? And especially if you have, like, let's say two of them in the same shot together, say you have Gray Paw and Fire Paw in the same shot and they're both reacting to something, they might react different ways. Gray Paw's very exuberant and he's very comfortable in ThunderClan. So depending on when the scene is happening, he might just go nuts because he's not worried what people think about him because he has his place. Firepaw, meanwhile, is still trying to find his footing, maybe. And, so there's just so many things that you got to think about their character, where they're at in their journey. Is this Firepaw at the beginning when he's first trying to join, or is this Firepaw later when he feels like he's, got more of a footing? So yeah, that's a really fun challenge for animators.
Someone asked that Kevin is bringing my attention to, will any retroactive information, like from the Super Editions, be added into our scripts? Kind of. There's definitely, like, there's a reference to Blue Star's prophecy very early on in the episode, but it's just like, it's not even a verbal confirmation of it. It's if you have read the book, you'll like catch the reference, but it's not a lot more than that. And then, it's just, there are little things. I wouldn't say a lot of it, because it's supplemental material, just doesn't have a place in our scripts, especially because we are on a limited runtime. But yeah, there's some nods to them in there for sure, I would say. Blood Hush has a question and says, "Hi, Grant."
Hello, friend.
If you could animate another Warrior Cats arc, which would it be and why? It would be Dawn of the Clans for me, because I really like that one. And it's also, besides The Prophecies Begin, it's another like logical starting point because it's separated from the others, so it doesn't have, it would be really hard to adapt, to just like jump into adapting something like Power of Three or Omen of the Stars, because they're building on literally dozens of books of backstory. So it's like a clear starting point, and it has a lot going on that I think would be really fun to work with and adapt. And I also think that it's one of the ones that had so much potential that wasn't delivered on. I would love to write that and play with it and see how I could try to deliver on that potential.
I will be right back. I'm gonna run and refill my.
Okay. Yeah, well, Andre, our cultural consultant, is teaching us Scottish Gaelic in the channel right now. So that's really cool. And I'm so excited, guys, for you to see what. Because I know a lot of people are like, why do you need a cultural consultant? What's that about? You will see, and it's going to be really good.
Actually, real
Oh.
quick, that makes me think like the previous question that we had earlier in the live stream about like what the two legs are gonna sound like. Maybe they'll just speak Scottish Gaelic.
Oh.
That could be interesting.
I'm not sure because we talked about the StarClan speaks Scottish Gaelic.
Oh, we did. Okay, fair.
So
we'll figure it out.
But that would be cool. I mean, that's actually something to explore. We'll figure it out. I'll try to avoid them as I can. I remember like we were looking at one of the scripts and I'm like, this is the inside of a house. Avoid that at all costs. Get out of there. No one likes designing interiors. Will you ever create
Corey, you icon. Corey just sent a thing of Smiley with a finger tender in her mouth in the voice chat.
I'm back.
Oh, here's a question. Are there any specific moments in the book that everyone is looking forward to getting to, or specific characters that haven't been done yet? This is a question from Laura.
Oh, I'm raising my hand. Can I answer this question?
Yeah, of course.
A scene I think Diana, Toon, Mariah, and all of us have discussed in the past is Forest of Secrets, the big fight, towards the end. I don't want to spoil anything, but
It's been out for 20 years. It's okay.
The big Tiger's big betrayal will be a big moment to flex my dramatic chops.
Oh, I am so excited for that scene. If I can answer real fast, I will be brief. Cut me off if you must, but I'm excited. There's some scenes that I wrote that aren't in the books that I just wrote that I'm really excited for. There's a couple of those that come to mind immediately. But I'm also really excited for that scene where Tiger Claw tries to kill Blue Star. And even though it's going to tear my heart out and stomp on it, I'm really excited for Yellow Fang's death scene because that's one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the series for me, and we just have such great actors and the designs I love so much, so I'm excited. Oh, and the Longtail fight. It's so good, guys. I can't wait for everyone to see that.
Excited. Jordan, he's so talented.
Oh my gosh, Jordan's great. Although we get comments probably twice a month at this point, a lot more when the video first went up. I was like, "Is that Bakugo?" I don't know what that means, but I don't know. Yeah, I am excited for Yellowfang's death scene. It has so much visual potential, and it's such a great send off for that character. Even though it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know when we want to switch to the next person.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, Sun, are you feeling up for it, or do you want King to go for a bit? What are you thinking? Sun, you're good? Yay. Okay, guys, we're gonna, Kate, if you're around, we're gonna transition.
I'll play this one more.
Yeah,
I'll
play
play this
that.
a couple times really quick before I go, just so people can see it. Then yeah, well, Kate like sets everything up. So here it is with the audio and everything. Wait, that's really quiet. Hang on. Oh, I didn't unmute it. That's why.
You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here.
You must have heard the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. You must have.
Are you used to it, or I know for myself when I was doing a lot more acting, I don't like watching myself. Is this uncomfortable for you? You're like hearing your voice.
It's so cool.
again?
It's so awesome. No, it's especially as primarily an English dub actor. You know, I see myself to picture a lot of the time, especially whenever they're like placing lines during sessions and doing stuff like that. So for years it's been something that I'm pretty used to, but actually seeing it like be animated to what I've done previously is a totally new experience, and it's super duper cool to see. So I'm having a ball out here for sure. It's definitely not uncomfortable. Thank you for
guys,
asking me.
my mom was in chat because I sent her the link, and she said she asked a question. She said she wanted to know what the different color lines mean.
Oh, glad.
So I don't think she's still here, but for anyone else who was wondering that, it's just because they're on different layers, so I can keep track of, because the tails are animated separately from Rusty and Greypaw, so it's just so I can keep track of them easier. But in the final thing, they'll all be the same color.
That is a good question.
Hello? Hello?
So I'll make sure to
Hi,
tell her.
Can
Son.
you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Son.
Okay, let me get my stream ready. Now, remind me, Toon Boom Gang, am I sharing screen or sharing application? Because one of them makes Toon Boom zoom in weird. Thank you.
Yay. Okay. I'm talking to no one.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
But now chat can hear me,
I've always
and the
wanted to watch
Discord
you
can't.
stream.
Oh, sorry, you're not seeing the shot from the start because I got nervous and I started panic animating while Casey was working.
Panic animating.
Whatever. Such is life. Here's where we are right now. Can you hear this? Can you hear the scrubbing?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Placed it is a treat for those who have been able to watch you start from like behind the scenes. Hee hee.
I don't know.
Oh, look at her. Look at her go.
I don't know.
So I just want to point out, this is another little acting thing that animators deal with. You can see the boards on there, so you can see that she's got this very dramatic head shake, like she's shaking her head no. And I love that Sunder's taking the boards, which are a lot of them are about readability. You know, they're thinking about character acting choices too, but they're also saying, I want the animator to know that she is shaking her head in this scene. So there's like arrows showing that, and her head's turning completely from one side to the other. But Sun's taken that and like made it a lot more subtle.
I
So
worry.
it looks like a real head shake.
I always get like I don't know what they get a visceral reaction out of me when I see storyboards, quote unquote, that are actually like key animation. I'm like,
Yeah, that's an ongoing debate in the animation world.
Storyboards, and like these especially, like this, it's about conveying as much information as possible in as little in as few frames as possible with the way I of this template set up. I'm sorry, my storyboard artist. I know it's a pain.
Yeah, no, the boards on this one were awesome, but I definitely wanted to tone down the acting just because it's kind of like a quiet, emotional moment, and
Yeah.
we got the voice line and everything too, and it just seemed like it was more in service of that to make it a little more subtle.
I feel like because I do animation and boards, that whenever I'm doing boards, I'm like, hee hee, let's add let's add motion. And I really don't need to be doing that, especially on a project like this, but I keep doing
You got
it
time,
anyway.
but
Um,
I'm
for
having
people
fun.
asking, Sun, you are using Toon Boom, correct?
I am. This is Harmony Premium. This is 17. I've just started using 21 as well, but I like 17 a lot better because of these markers you can put at the end of the scene.
Yeah.
They're a little weird in 21. For anyone curious, here's the thumbnails that I made.
I don't know. I don't know.
You can see these ones really aren't about being on model, and this wasn't even my first pass of thumbnails. There were a couple before this, so I was messing with the acting a little more, and this is kind of the one I landed on. And then I showed this to everyone to see if King would approve it, because I did change the acting a fair bit from the boards, and so you want to get it checked before you move ahead with it. And then I did it. Actually, here I've got my non-in-between key pass.
I don't know.
You can see it's the
I
same
don't know.
keys as the thumbnails, just on model, and then I got a model check for him. And King gave me some great drawovers, and then Mariah gave me another last night. You can see this last drawing here is
All
not
the
the same as
drawovers.
the new last drawing. The head looks a lot better on the new one. And yeah, keeping them on model is super important. You always wanna be doing that. I don't have the
Especially as
final
like
layout for the scene yet, but there is a camera move, so I've just got like a rough one in there. Camera's off right now, but you can see here.
I don't know. I don't know.
Got it in there so you can see. Someone else talking?
Alexander Pavlov is wondering how long it takes to draw a single frame for you, Sun.
Well, the first frame takes the longest. Once you've got that one down, then it's not as long. I don't know. I don't usually time myself. It's hard to say. I can't see myself spending longer than 10 minutes on a single drawing. But the first one might take longer. I don't know. Maybe I will time myself next time.
Oh, and because apparently it was a question in chat, Casey Gothrock, was using TV Paint.
TV Paint's another good one. Haven't worked in it myself because I usually work with rigs, my day job. But TV Paint is really good for hand-drawn stuff.
Yeah, it's
wait,
a lot
wait.
cheaper
What was
than
the question?
The question was, how long does it take you to draw a single frame?
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were talking about programs, so don't get me
No,
started.
no,
Yeah,
someone.
the question was what was working in.
Yearly told me that somebody was asking what I was working in, so I said I was working in TV Paint.
Cool.
Which I like a lot. It's
You're trying to plug Krita, aren't you?
Yeah. No, if there had been an opportunity, I didn't want it to be missed. But yeah, I'll save that for another time.
TV Paint's a lot. I like it because it's it's still expensive. You still have to pay for it, but it's cheaper than Toon Boom. So it's good. They're good for different things, but also good for some of the same things.
I just love that TV Paint's a one-time purchase. So yeah, you pay a lot of money at the start, but that's like the only time. It's not a bill. It's just one-time purchase and then yours forever.
I will say that's for hand drawn. I believe for rigging, Toon Boom's the way to go, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm pretty sure TV Paint is mostly hand drawn, but I if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but I think it doesn't have any kind of rigging capability, right?
As far as I'm aware, there's no rigging capability for TV
If they
Paint,
do,
but I
it's
also
nowhere
haven't.
near as sophisticated. But I don't think that they have any. I think they're made just for hand drawn.
Occasionally, workplaces will still have you working in Flash or Adobe Animate now. That's what it's called
Oh,
now.
yeah, don't get me
But
started
that's
on that
pretty
either.
rare.
Adobe
Yeah.
Animate is a great program. It is actually used every now and then still.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah, if you're
usually
going
on,
into the industry, you probably want to learn Toon Boom. That's going to be the way to go.
Definitely.
Animate's
There are still some
fantastic.
studios in Animate, but it's usually shows that have like been grandfathered in, like they've just been running
Yeah,
so long.
it has it is beginning to die out more. Like it was starting to die out, but the dying out has been very slow. A lot of people think, oh, it's just dead, no one uses it anymore. It was like, no, some people still do, but it is like Toon Boom is taking over.
Occasionally.
So my last company is still using it actually for their mobile game.
Crazy. That's in Canada, yeah, because I'm in Canada and like
Yeah.
it's
Well,
very rare to
they are in
see
Canada, but they're a
WCAnimated jobs
transplant.
here.
They're a transplant. We were in the U.S. before, and then we moved to Canada. So we
Yeah,
already
you gotta
had
get those
Adobe
tax
Animate.
credits.
Oh yes, that's exactly why they moved. But
Oh,
yeah,
I know it. I know
yeah,
it.
we actually did talk about moving to Toon Boom, but for this specific animation we did, it actually would not have been a step up at all. It would have actually been a step down, just because of the specific way that we set it up and everything. It just we looked into it a few times, and every single time we came away with nah, which is very unusual. Usually it's a step up, but
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a learning curve. So if it's people that aren't used to working in Toon Boom, then it's not going to be
yeah, that too. But the way that
crazy
we
math
rigged our
monster that it
characters and the
otherwise
way
would
we
be.
created them, and the fact that we made new characters like every couple of weeks, like so it just made more sense because we didn't need like recurring characters. So it just made no sense to build a Toon Boom rig and then use that character,
Yeah, it
and then in
makes
2 weeks it was done. Yeah, but that is rare. Mostly you're working on shows, and they do need like rigs built for like entire shows, and then yeah. So it's if you're going into the industry and looking for one program to learn rigged animation, I would definitely say do Toon Boom if you have the chance.
100% Toon Boom's the way to go. And you can always learn Animate later.
Yeah.
I know a friend that's learning Animate on the job right now.
Yeah, that was
those
actually one
jobs
of my
do still
jobs.
exist.
Yeah, one of my jobs at my previous job was to make training material to teach all our people how to use Animate because a lot of them didn't know it coming in. Some of them did, but it was kind of rare.
Toon Boom has this
I would
magical. Oh, sorry.
hate to interrupt, but I just wanted to say quick goodbye to everyone. Peace.
Aw.
Bye,
Bye.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Good to
Bye.
have you here.
It was great to be here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for
Bye, Kevin.
yep,
Hi,
Warrior
Kevin.
Cats. It's can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
Everyone say bye, Tiger Claw.
Bye, Tiger
Tiger
Claw.
Claw.
Goodbye,
Bye.
Tiger
Tiger
Claw.
Claw.
Bye everyone. You will
Bye,
all bow
Tiger
to
Claw.
me. You will all bow to me.
Oh, then good
Oh
riddance.
no, okay, Tiger Claw.
Okay,
Get
Good
out of
riddance then,
here.
Tiger Claw.
Bye. Bye.
Tiger Claw's gone away, probably to plot behind our backs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, watch
As
out,
Tiger
Diana.
Claw so does. Keep one eye
Oh,
open when
I'm
you
watching
sleep.
him all the time.
This from Squishy Seal. They have 2 questions and then a really nice comment that I'll read. The first question is, how did you come up with the project style? All your character designs have such a charm to them, as if they were taken out of an old Disney movie while still having a very unique flair. Mariah, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I was like, wait a second, is this a style question? Because I was about to get up and go
Yeah.
make coffee.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
wait, wait, no. What was the question again?
How was the style developed? How did we come up with the design style?
Early on during the Wild West of WCA, we all kind of like a bunch of artists just kind of like drew their own idea of their style, and it was all eventually voted on. So what I did was I kind of backed out a little bit, like backed out my mind a little bit and like searched around when it comes to visual styles. I'm thinking I would think of real life cats, and then I would also think of styles that were used in past animation projects, like and the particularly Disney and Cartoon Saloon. So I would use my own experience with cats and in my life, which I've been obsessed with despite being allergic to them. And I would, like think of how both Disney and Cartoon Saloon would solve their problems with when it comes to visual design. And yeah, I kind of just work with that. It's definitely not something that came like overnight. It's something you have to build and give yourself time to, think about it. It's definitely not something you want to rush or force because that will be seen.
Yeah. Oh, I always emphasize that about rushing pre-production. It's always a mistake. Pre-production is your blueprint for the rest of your project. So don't rush it. I think the first few months of the project were nailing down a style, and I think that paid off.
Yes.
And I really, it's really interesting to go and look at the really early stuff coming out of people working on the project, because you see all the different directions that the project could have gone in. I mean, there were like very anime inspired styles, and there was, you know, classic Disney, and there was all kinds of different really unique takes on it. But I could not be happier with what we landed on. I am so in awe of the style all the time.
I think it's very important to, like, you will always have outside influence from like other past productions, but like I think it's very important to go back to life in the end and be like, what am I picking up from this exactly? Like, what are the things that I love about this thing in real life? um, and that mix will bring so much extra like life to your project, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's nice to have this kind of the elements of realism of they, I mean, they really they all feel like cats. They all are very true to the real anatomy, which I also think is
There's parts where we stretch it for sure.
you have to make them all distinct. Yeah, I'd love to release some of that early concept art. I really love to do, even if it's just like as a PDF, one of those art of books, and just kind of show how everything progressed, because it's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, you remember, like, we all did a drawing of Tiger Claw, Blue Star, and Fire Paw in the style, and that's how a bunch of artists were pitching our stuff. So we have that original, the original drawings of those three when we hadn't even decided on their design. So it's interesting to look at.
Yeah. Oh, there's an old Fireheart that you did that I'm still very fond of, and I'm like in another world.
Yeah, he didn't have hair.
Bald.
He was bald.
Bald. Um, the other question from Squishy Seal is, one thing I admire about this project is your perseverance to actually committing and finishing what you've started, which is certainly not easy. Have there been any difficulties you had to overcome, such as peer pressure from the audience, time, etc.? Time is always a thing. A lot of us have jobs that, and oftentimes jobs that demand a lot of us, so it's finding time for it. But it's never, I'm fortunate that WCA has never felt like a chore to me. It's that combination of I love what we're working on and I love who I'm working with, so that always helps. But you know, we always it is hard, because I know that people are excited and I know people want a product as soon as possible, but um, the constant, when's it coming out and are you done yet? How close are you? Can get overwhelming, especially because, you know, there's always going to be people who ask completely politely, and then there are people who ask clearly in bad faith, and you're always going to have those. So that's, you know, it's not fun to deal with by any means, but we have most of the people who interact with the project are amazing and super supportive, and that's and of course I have a great team too, so that helps with any of those challenges that come about.
I will say I've in the past been involved in at least 2 group projects before, and you know, there's usually a lot of radio silence before stuff comes out because there's just not, like you said, you're working on stuff that people don't always see it. But I have been involved in projects before where there just wasn't a lot of progress, and I remember thinking, man, like I can understand why the fans are frustrated because stuff just isn't happening very fast. But I will say, there's not a lot of radio silence from us. We are constantly trying to post some kind of, you know, updates and things, but I have never been on a project before where I've seen so much progress happening. Like, there's stuff going on constantly on this project. So for any of you who are waiting, like, it may take a little while to get done, but it's not because we're all busy and only like 2 of us are actually working and it's barely getting done. It's like there's actually a lot of progress going on at any one given time. it's going pretty fast. I've never been involved in a volunteer project like this that's moving at this speed.
It makes me
Not as
feel
fast as if we were all doing this full time as our job, of course, but that's to be expected. But as far as just a free project, it's always trucking. Like even if like one department slows down a bit for a while, another one is like, hustling and getting stuff done, and then the next one picks up the slack, and it's just constantly going. I'm very impressed with how hard we all work here.
I am too. I'm so impressed by this team, and it's nice. There's always activity, like you said. And I say this all the time too, but it warrants repeating, since the topic came up. I know it feels like, oh, we've been doing this forever and we don't have an episode out yet. Like, oh my gosh, how long have you guys been at this already? But usually when you see like an animated film or anything like that, you don't get a trailer or anything. Half the time you don't even know it exists until it's done or close to done. So then the period between when you find out about it and when it comes out feels much shorter than this, but even then, like, those people were being paid to work on it and working on it full time, and pre-production alone can still take 2 to 5 to 7 years depending on the project. So I know it feels like a really long time, but we are actually making really good progress, and we want to keep you guys posted and updated on where we're at. So it feels longer, but it really, actually, in the grand scheme of things, has not been that long, and we're very, very well along for how long we've been working on it. But that's just my opinion. Who am I to judge? What is happening in the chat?
It looks like Tiny is happening.
Hi, Tiny.
Tiny chaos.
Somebody was asking earlier about tips for voice acting, and I'll just give the really, really fast answer. There's a website called iwanttobeavoiceactor.com. It's a really great source for people who want to get into voice acting, from D. Bradley Baker, who is like kind of like a god among men as far as we're concerned. So I can put the link in the chat.
Question. Oh, question from Vix. The LGBT rep isn't the absolute best in the series, and I was wondering if implied queer characters will be outright queer in the series, such as Ravenpaw and Barley. Yes, these cats are gay. Yeah, no, Ravenpaw and Barley, we do plan to be a canon couple. As well as some others, which you can find more about on our Instagram and Twitter. But yeah, for sure. How will you do aging, like from kit to apprentice to warrior? That's a good question. We have extremely convenient transitions. For sure. That I.
Oh yeah. Not
And they
everybody
do
needs to
have
be shown
like
at specific
you're gonna see there's different designs for like, you'll see like gray paws different from gray stripe, and there are like points of transition for that, not just for the design but also the actors' voices.
It's true. I'm very excited, like on that topic. I'm very excited for some of the like different stuff that I'll get to do as Gray Stripe instead of Gray Paw. Also, kind of, I guess, to bounce off of one of the the earlier questions about stuff that we're really looking forward to doing like later on. I can't wait to explore the like much more emotionally deep part of Gray Stripe with like everything that happens with Silverstream, whether that's him having conflict with Fireheart whenever he's like sneaking away all the time and stuff, or whenever Silverstream actually finally does pass away and stuff like that. I can't wait to get into that kind of stuff. And I think it's just so
I'm
interesting
excited
how
too.
like
You're
the
gonna
voice will change and
story me.
things like that too for those kinds of characters.
The drama.
The drama.
Always. How many characters are going to appear in the series? There are a lot of characters in this series, just in general, but it's like for, I don't know how to explain. A lot of characters are not going to be like prominent or even really have names. It's going to be one of those things where it's like you're going to see, I don't know, Dabbletail, and her name might not be said, but if you know the books, you know who it is. Otherwise, she's just a background character because that's all she needs to be. So it's like there's going to be a lot of characters. There's going to be a lot of, if you know the books, you'll be able to point and recognize who that is. But I do try to, for everyone's sanity, especially mine as far as auditions go, I try to condense speaking roles. And if in the books, it's this character that says one line and then we never hear from them again, I would rather give that line to a character who we hear from a lot, just because then I don't have to cast someone for that, and it's not feeling like there's another character you have to keep track of. You have your core cast, and then you have the cats that are just around in the background. Oh, question for the audience. Which character design from this project is your favorite?
Red tail.
So should we
Feel
give
like-
you all the dead tail
No.
shots?
Wait, did you say red tail?
No, I said dead tail.
Make him a live tail, please.
He will be a live tail at some point.
A live tail. Whoa. That's another meaning. Ravenpaw. My answer is usually just Ravenpaw, I guess.
Okay, we have a long tail, we have Ravenpaw. I hear another red tail. A lot of long tails. I'm glad. Oh, and spotted leaf. Oh, I agree with spotted leaf. I love spotted leaf. Hi, Neko.
Neko. Neko's at the
Yours
airport.
sounds awfully robotic today.
Hi, Neko.
And very informative.
Got a
Neko.
real
So now we
airport
can shout
cameo
out Neko
today.
again. This is our compositing director who I was talking about earlier, who is so helpful with our organization. Oh, we have a dark stripe as an answer for favorite character design.
Heck yeah. The little guy.
I'm
very
we got
excited to
so
see
many
him
good
move.
comments when we posted his design. Someone was like, how is he going to commit crimes against humanity with those short little legs?
I just really love how our design of Dark Stripe just emanates so much Danny DeVito energy. Like he's one of my favorite characters to see animated and move because it's just like it's like you commit all these crimes and yet that move, that shuffle.
Oh, I'm also really big on our Swift Paw design.
Oh yeah, and you guys haven't seen that one yet. No one has seen that
That's
yet.
easily one of my favorites.
Yeah,
It's
no, that's a good one.
incognito.
Swift Paw is very good. Yeah, I really like Cinderpaw's design. I'm a big fan of that design for Cinderpaw. Yeah, Frostfur, that's a good one too. Frostfur's great. Oh, it's really nice hearing who y'all love.
On the animate.
Oh yeah, yeah, Frostfur was done so well. She's so pretty.
Aw.
How many more characters will be cast? There's a lot of characters. But we've cast who we are casting for the first, well, I'm working on the last few for episode 2. And those collectively are all Into the Wild, essentially. So that is the latest casting call will be our it's not going to be the last one, not at all, but it'll definitely be a bit before the next one, just because we're going to keep working on the first couple episodes.
Call them catsing calls.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you like Brightheart's design. That means a lot. I love her too. I'm very honored to have been able to contribute with her. So
I really, really love Mouse Fur. I love her so much.
I also love Mouse Fur. That's a great design.
I like the old guy with like the nice long fox head. What's his name?
Wait, are you talking about Speckletail?
Maybe?
Speckletail's the only one I can think of
Someone
with the
post
most
Speckletail and I'll tell you.
face.
Did we? I don't know if that was public.
Hirakudo, you're actually that's not Frostburst kits are already born when like Rusty joins the clan, and then her kits are born very, very shortly after. So no, they are alive in Into the Wild. Swiftpaw is already alive in Into the Wild. Yeah, they get kidnapped in Into the Wild, so they're definitely alive. We're not.
Yeah, thanks,
That's
Mariah.
why
That's
we
the one.
designed them, is because they appear as kittens. And it's easier to design the character as an adult and then age them down than to do the reverse.
Yeah, because kittens are basically just little blobs.
Were you guys already a friend group when you started the project? This is from Leiko.
I knew nobody.
Yeah, no, I was a fan of King, for sure.
Wait, okay, hold on, hang on. I want to know who in here was actually around, like who's the earliest person on this project? Because a lot of us
Jupiter
got hired on, so I don't know that we started the project, but like
It
who
would be
was
Jupiter and Mariah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Jupiter and I.
Mariah. Did you guys know each other already?
Nope.
Or?
No, Jupiter
Nope.
just. I think they knew my Instagram account. I was posting a lot of possums, and they
Yeah,
just.
no, you applied and I saw the possums. I was like, yep, you.
No, I did not apply. You guys found me.
Oh, really?
Oh, you
Yeah.
apply?
That
I
doesn't surprise
applied.
me.
I
You in the
Well,
one.
yeah,
Mariah
you
got
applied, but that was
joined
I
after I
don't
was.
remember.
That was
I don't know.
after
I saw the
was
possums and
in the
said yes.
director's
So.
team, so that's totally different. That was
Yeah,
later.
all I was doing was posting opossums, and you guys were like, "I like this. Join the team."
That's
It
amazing.
is.
It was the Wild West, I tell
Mariah
you.
got grabbed.
Yeah, it
Yeah, there's a small group of us that were already friends with Toon, and we came here together.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is that. So I
That was a lot later though.
I think I came here before Toon came in. Maybe.
because I am the one who, well, I don't know about, you might have been here before as a team member, but I'm the one who recommended you for concept director. And that's how that happened.
Yeah, that. Probably
So
that.
definitely for the director's team, I knew you, even if you were there. Like, I definitely knew you. Actually, let's check. That's actually an easy. First, and I was. Yeah, literally, you were in here 2 days before me.
I became director by secretly disposing
So
of
I
the
was
previous
technically here
director.
before you, just 2 days.
Yeah, by 2 days.
Catch up.
Does Golden Flower have a design yet? Yes, and it's so good. And
Yeah, it's a really good one.
I similar to how we posted the elders designs, I think we're gonna do like the rest of the queens together and then post them individually as well.
Yes,
So
queen.
I'm just holding off so that we can do that, and share all the queens with y'all.
Queen.
Actually, there was inspired by sunflowers. There was a lot of that in the submissions, and so there's still some aspect of it in the design, I think. But no, King, I was like, oh my gosh, King of Cabbages applied. I can actually go find the messages. It's somewhere still in the director's
Oh
server.
my god, it's so
I
funny to
was
me because
so
I feel like
excited.
I'm so unknown on the internet because like when
Well,
I post stuff on Twitter or something, no one responds, and I'm just like, I guess I just don't have the following that I thought I did or whatever. And then I hear that I'm somebody newbie. I'm like, what, really?
So yeah, no, not a friend group to begin with, but
we are now.
Let's say intermittently,
yeah,
like
yeah, and
some
then
friend group.
Zura and Shiro, same thing. I knew them from another project, and I was like, okay, well, I know these people know their shit, so please get in here. I dragged a lot of people kicking
You
and
put it
screaming.
so
in here.
eloquently, Toon.
Kidnapped a lot of people. If Running Wind and Redtail are Sandstorm's parents in this, are there also going to be other cats substituting as other cats' parents? Examples don't immediately come to mind, but there's some where it's like the parents are so irrelevant that it's like it doesn't really come into play at all. Like, who are Graystripe's parents? I don't know. It does not
Found him in
matter.
the woods.
Oh, we know his
Willow
mom.
is his mom, theoretically. And okay, this is kind of a funny question. So Forrest is asking, will Brightpaw and Swiftpaw be able to fit YouTube terms on gore? I'm aware it's cartoony, but the book gives it a vivid description. Well, the book doesn't because we don't see it happen in the books. So there's not really a vivid description, but there's always workarounds and
I mean, a lot of maps do it and get away with it.
yeah,
Anyway,
and well, what's really I remember this is not
that we're gonna go as far as some of them do, but
with a storyboard artist who worked on both this and Animated Wings. We got her and we're we give her section for Animated Wings and she's doing the storyboards and we're actually like we need to tone this down a little bit. This is very extreme gore wise.
Angry.
And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so glad to not be storyboarding preschool shows." I'm like, "Yeah, no, totally fair." But it's not like completely absent of any of the blood or gore or anything, but it's tasteful, I would say, is an apt
Be on the more subtle, less angry
it's
side.
not subtle. It's not subtle. It's
Well,
just
like
not
less angry.
It's not there to be overtly shocking. It's there to serve the story, and we do that to the best degree we can, and whatever level that takes.
Sun's looking so beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, we have. It is. It looks so good, son.
I don't know.
Look how smooth she is.
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
Doesn't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think she
Should
knows.
I don't
know.
know. I don't know. I don't
I
know.
love the squishiness.
I don't know.
She's
love
so.
being organic.
That was
I
like my
don't
first
know.
note to Sun when Sun was like
know.
sending me
I don't know.
keys. I'm like, "Ugh, can she get a little squishier? Because she's so
Bring on the
Yeah, I had her
squeeze.
even more subtle in the beginning. Like she
She's
basically
so
she
squished
stayed
down
much
in the
more in the
board,
sat position.
and it's adorable. I'm
then,
like, can
yeah,
we
we
squish her
squashed it
down?
down.
a little
That
bit
is
more?
true. The last message Toon sent about this is just all caps. Amp up the squish.
Yeah, that's my job. Oh, who is your favorite Warrior Cats ship? Green. It's Blue Star and Yellow Fang. Green.
What character's named Green? That's my first reaction. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a little confused myself, but I agree.
Thank you. You should.
You
because-
agreeing?
Yeah, you can't. You agree.
I'm a green, yes. I am a
Okay.
green.
Yeah, you need to agree because it's inescapable and there are some great scenes between them. So I'm not gonna apologize.
You
I'm all
probably know
for
my
it.
answer.
Yeah, Mariah, you need to tweet that green drawing so that I can retweet it.
Oh, I wasn't sure you wanted it quoted.
There's literally no context whatsoever.
Okay.
You don't know anything.
I'll write it up.
Ravenpaw and Barley, that's a good choice. Leaf Crow,
That's my choice.
very
Ravenpaw and
classic.
Bartley.
Gray Stripe and Silverstream, also very classic. You don't see a lot of those these days, but I respect it. Anyone else? Favorite Warrior Cats ship? I guess not.
I feel like I just don't feel very strongly about this ships.
Hmm.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think about this much.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
like
also not as
hugely.
invested in these books as a lot of people, so spoilers.
I'm not like hugely into a lot of the stuff, exactly like King is saying. The only one that comes to mind that I haven't heard yet is Blue Star and Thrushpelt, just because I like
No,
Thrushpelt. He's
I don't like that one because I just feel
no.
like it comes Blue Star is so explicit and honest with him about that she's not attracted to him, she does not like him that way. And I just always feel like that ship comes from a place because he took that really well, which we're not used to happening in Warriors. We're not used to guys taking that well in the series. So I think that ship comes from a place of thinking that Thrushpelt deserves Blue Fur for being a nice guy, and I really don't like that implication.
No,
So
I
and
mean,
I know it's
I like,
conscious.
I mean, I
And
like how it was in the books.
yeah, I do like how it turned out, and they had a healthy communication about that, and I appreciate it. But people who ship them, I'm like, oh, I know you mean well, but no, she doesn't like him. She's explicit about not liking him.
I guess my fave ships at the top of my head would definitely be Cloudtail, Brightheart, and Blue Star and Oakheart. Mostly because I'm just a big sucker for like couples who are just very lovey-dovey with each other. Not to mention just our designs that we have planned for like those characters. I'm like, how can you not love these ships like with the designs and like how they'll be animated and just
Oh yeah, make no mistake. I
my
will defend
romantic
Blue
heart
Oak. I will defend Blue Oak. People are like, well, it was just like a one night stand and she didn't really care about him. I'm like, no. And he's a great guy. He was going to give up his life and his family and his clan and his dream of being deputy and then leader to be with her and help her raise her children. Like I will defend Blue
Now,
Oak. But
romantic,
you know,
I don't know what is.
Oakheart kicked the bucket, so you know, Blue Star deserves
Oh.
someone, and Yellowfang is right there. So, Crooked Star and Willow Shine. That's a great one. I love them.
Okay, I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Um,
Hi, Blue
but
Star.
I was so glad to be here, and can't wait to see more.
Bye, Diana.
Bye, Diana.
Star got tired of us gushing over her love life.
Yes. This is getting awkward. I better go.
How closely are you basing your character designs off of the actual descriptions in the books or the official art? I would say our designs are more inspired by fandom interpretation than the official descriptions, so to speak, because the official descriptions are so inconsistent.
Honestly, a lot of the what's it, the warriors descriptions are like really vague. a pretty brown cheek cat. I don't even know how they say it. Either way, it's just always the eyes and the fur, and that's kind of it. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know that people ask, I think we got a few questions in here about it. Who was the most difficult to design? And my answer for that is Cinderpelt. She was a problem child for quite a bit. Lives were destroyed, but uh, I never, when I would talk about that with people, and people would be like, she's a gray cat with blue eyes. What was the problem? It's like, yeah, but that's such a vague description, and that could be anything. And if we make her just like one solid color, no markings, blue eyes, then
It's like a background
how is
character.
she's gonna melt into the background, and she shouldn't because she's an important character. And it's just, like Willowpelt is another example where it's like her description is that she's just a gray cat. And we took kind of a different direction with that to make her visually interesting. And I think sometimes the characters with those really vague descriptions are the most difficult. I love how you guys made Fireheart a Somali/Abyssinian as opposed to a tabby. I feel like it just works. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that choice too. It's really interesting to see how popular of a design convention that's become with him, because I remember the days where it's like Firestar was solid highlighter orange cat with green eyes, sometimes a star on the forehead. And I think it's come from that to a lot of people doing him with kind of like the darker overcoat or more like Abyssinian or Somali like designs. And I think that's really cool as far as the evolution of the fandom's interpretation. Is senior animating going to be in the project? Yes, this is from episode 1.
you do.
Will Tall Star have a long or regular muzzle? Jupiter, do you want to take this one?
Very long. He's a honker.
Is he gonna honk in the show?
Yeah, he's not gonna speak. It's just gonna be like honk, honk, honk.
Car honk or like clown horn
No,
honk?
like Oriental
All
Shepherd's
types of
honk.
honk.
Or like a goose, actually.
Exactly, sure, you get it.
That's his war cry.
And will Brick of Blood Clan be shown at all? I'm sure.
I bet Scourge is probably going to be one of those hard to design characters. I bet he's going to be harder than Cinderpelt.
He's gonna be a challenge for sure, because he's so iconic and also a little bit ridiculous conceptually.
Whatever the case, I would definitely just start like really out there and weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that he needs to be. He's like he needs to be a little unsettling. He's a little guy.
He's just a dude.
Derogatory. What's the minimum and maximum age for voice actors in your animated series? Can a 7-year-old get one part and a 70-year-old get another? We don't have a maximum. You need to be at least 13, and there is a chance that I'll be raising that to 16. But yeah, because we work on Discord, and most platforms will require you to be at least 13 years old. You do need to be at least 13 to audition when we open. Pumpkin Cat is asking, are any of the characters in this adaptation based on or inspired by existing characters in other media? For example, Tiger Claw being inspired by Scar from The Lion King.
We do have SpongeBob Paw that's going to be appearing in episode 2.
Can't forget about SpongeBob Paw.
You are unbelievable.
Fun game for the audience. One of the characters was based off SpongeBob, and you should just write us and let us know which one you think it is.
The winner gets a prize.
White's,
No,
well,
please
White
don't do
Star's
that.
based off a unicorn.
Yes.
And Blue Star is based on a lion, like a medieval lion.
Yeah, weren't you guys kind of spacing some of the designs off like heraldic?
Yeah,
It was
she's
it was
based on
mostly
And then
like
we have somebody being designed as a heraldic wolf, don't we? I think.
it was mostly based like she wasn't based off of the heraldic line so much as like I used the fur curling in the heraldic like style as a way to look at it. So she has her fur kind of curls in a way that and in places that like a heraldic lion would. That's it, pretty much.
And then we did one of Blackfoot's pupils is discolored as a reference to David Bowie, his album Black Star, and we were like the size difference in pupils is going to be too hard to keep consistent, but just a different colored pupil should be fine. So yeah, that counts. It's not a character, but it's a pop culture reference.
I am curious if you guys know about Tiger Claw, if there was a lot of looking at Scar for inspiration for him.
I think back in the concept days, like pre-production of Warrior Cats Animated, there was like a
That
lot
was
of
for
art.
pre-production. That was development. I mean, that was way back.
It was so early on, yeah.
Like the first ever post on Warrior Cats Animated Instagram was done by an artist who I think was really inspired by like Disney. So I think the very, very, very first concept arts ever had that.
Yeah, it was it's a very vague like there's only like a very small amount, I think.
Yeah.
I
don't wanna
have a
interrupt,
question
but
real
I've-
quick.
Oh, sorry.
This
I
goes
just
to
gotta-
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I gotta go. I don't want to interrupt anybody, but I gotta go. Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of the time.
Grant.
Bye.
Bye, Grant.
This is for Sun. I asked it earlier in chat, but I think it got missed. Why are you so awesome and cool, Sun? Sunder, my friend Sun.
You're too kind. I was born like that.
Oh, okay. I see.
Nice.
You can't share any with the class? With the chat?
I can try.
Okay.
You just kind of
As long as you try is what matters.
Oh, here, this one from Pun. If you were a fish, what fish would you be?
We've been ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
It would be an oceanic manta ray.
Mm.
I'm gonna say a tilapia.
Nice.
Tilapia.
Probably Oahu.
Nice. What about a boops boops?
I want to be that kind of fish that like sits inside of a rock or something and just comes out to eat, like grabs something and then goes back and sits in this rock for hours at a time. Any one of those fish would be fine.
Oh, like a moray eel?
For me.
Yeah.
Which character design strays most from official art, and which is closest? I love this question. Furthest would be for me. I would say either Clawface or
Clawface looks
Deathclaw,
awesome.
because
I forgot about
with Dustpaw, it's like he's a brown tabby in the books, and there's so many brown tabbies. I was like, I can't do this. He cannot be a brown tabby and we had gotten a design pitch that was him as kind of like this color point, and I really liked that. So but I would say that he's pretty far off. And then Clawface is, he's supposed to be like muscular and just another Shadow Clan goon, which is boring. So Mariah worked with another one of our designers, and we got a really cool, spindly, creepy Clawface out of that.
I love him.
And then closest would, I don't know, maybe, I mean, face-wise, Spotted Leaf's face markings are based on one of her official artworks. So it could be
like
Spotted Leaf.
Yellowfang's pretty close.
Yeah. I will also say, maybe not to official art, but Gray Paw is very close to like a lot of designs for him.
Yeah.
Including, I guess, the manga, so that counts. That the graphic novels do count. So James Barry's design for Gray Stripe, I would say, is pretty close to ours.
Awkward silence.
Sorry, I'm
Not
going
awkward until you tell
through it,
them how you
and there's a
talk.
lot of people who didn't read the section.
Yeah.
Questions we won't be answering. So I'm. Oh, do we have reference sheets for all the cats, or do we just design them as we need them? We have actually pretty extensive character sheets for all the core cast, and then less extensive sheets for the minor characters. But no, we definitely have reference sheets for everyone to use. Because if everyone was just winging it on every shot, they would look so different in between shots. It would be very noticeable.
Yeah, when we go over and do draw overs and stuff, we're definitely need a sheet because we can't just look at it and say, looks wrong to me. I think her ears should be bigger. And then the next person says, I think they should be smaller. It's like, okay, well, actually look at the model sheet and see what's going on with the ears or whatever.
When you first got, this is from Maddie, when you first got into Warrior Cats, did you ever think you would be creating it through animation? No. I mean, no, not for me for sure, especially because when I first started reading Warrior Cats, it was very slim pickings as far as the online presence, so there wasn't this huge animation community that there is now. But also, I was never. I think especially when you're a kid, and y'all tell me what your thoughts on this are. Um, it was really easy for me to think that, I can't really draw all that well, so I'm not ever going to be able to contribute to something like this. And that's before, that's when I'm little and I don't really have an understanding of how productions work and all the different roles. There's kind of a place for everyone. It's just about being able to find where that place is. But so no, I don't think I ever foresaw this. It's definitely something I would dream about and wish for, but not something I was like, yeah, this is gonna happen someday.
I gotta say, I came at this from the non-fandom side. So this is a series, I'm a lot older, so this is a series that I would have killed for when I was a kid. But it
No.
wasn't around until I think I was entering college or just after college or something like that. So even though I would see it, I'd go, oh, I should read that sometime, but I wouldn't like pursue it, But I was definitely into like animal stories as a kid, and I would have like absolutely just loved this. But then I started seeing map animations coming out that looked incredible, and I was like blown away by that. So I came at it from the other direction, from animation, and then I started reading the books because I started participating in maps, and I was like, okay, I need to know who all these characters are, and so I read into the series a bit, and so I came at it from that direction. But I guess I feel like I can answer this question as far as like I could have never imagined that a thing like this could exist, because when I was learning animation was before, like in the very early days of the internet, and the idea of trying to make something animated was really crazy. And so now to see that like so many people have access to programs and computers and things that they can animate with, it's really inspiring to see, you know, some 13-year-old make an animation, and even though it looks like, maybe they don't know what they're doing it anyway, and it's incredible to me. I always said you did not need to go to college to learn animation, and now I'm watching all these, kids come up and prove me right, and it's the best thing ever. And now now it's been long enough that some of those people have gone on to, go to college for animation or just go get jobs, and like they're starting to come up and do stuff and be professionals, and it's really so cool to see.
I don't know if I'm supposed to answer this question, but I'd like to.
Can.
Basically, Warrior Cats is the reason I started animating. I didn't think I would ever participate in like a reanimate of the series. Not reanimate, but literal animating the series. But I wouldn't be an animator if not for Warrior Cats. By the time I was going into the fandom, like the map community had just started like really taking off. Like it was developing from a few accounts doing MS Paint like AMVs to actual like projects being produced by a bunch of teenagers. And I was one of those teenagers, not really a big one, but like once in a while. And it's literally put me on a life altering professional path. So I think maybe I would have seen myself doing something like this.
Anyone else? 'Cause I think it's a good question.
I think I can actually speak to the voice acting side. This year is coming up on the 10th anniversary of when I decided to pick up a microphone and start semi-seriously doing voice acting. And one of the first things I ever voice acted in was it was Nifty Senpai's animated Dark Path Chosen, which has been, it's funny that all these years later I'm finding myself back in the Warrior Cats community doing the voices again, and it's been kind of cool. It's like been something that has been full circle, and I read the books as a kid, and then I kind of took a big break because I didn't stick with it for a long time, and then I saw the casting call for this, and I was like, ooh, don't mind if I do. And it's just really funny how all roads lead back to Warrior Cats apparently.
I have a comment about it as well, as someone who like didn't necessarily grow up with Warrior Cats, but it's still like altered just by general proximity. I didn't like the librarian in my middle school recommended it to me, and I was like, oh, I've seen the AMVs on YouTube. It's the same stuff that just happens over and over again. And then I read Arc 1, and then I read Arc 2, and then a certain character died. I was like, never mind, I'm good. But even with me not reading it just by general proximity of being close to the fan base, because I did participate in maps, and I did like follow the creators of it and this and that, and I did create a few things myself. It definitely like, I don't know, it just kind of rubs off on you even if you're not intending it for it to. Just being close to the Warrior Cats community definitely, I don't know, seeing all the love that goes into just what is essentially a random book series definitely is inspiring.
Who joined us? Oh, this fucking
He's back. I thought someone put garlic on the door this time. He wasn't supposed to be able to get past it.
I use the window.
Shit,
on
I forgot about
average,
the windows.
Elf is asking on average, how long is the process to listen to auditions, and what is the process like when listening to auditions to final casting? So the time varies. The very first round, I was concussed, So that really put a delay on going through auditions, like immensely. But then, so this latest round actually has been going quite well, but I kind of, in my evenings, I sit down and I listen to each audition, and I have a spreadsheet that I write down just my notes and my verdict and maybe potential other roles that the actor might also fit. And I do that and I go through those. And when that is done, I'll put together a short list of all my maybes, and I'll pass that on to our Shiro and Zur, and they'll go through them and we'll talk about it. And then, oh, and also, I mean, the other directors also definitely look at it. And then we'll kind of go from there and make choices. But yeah, it's a extensive process because I do listen fully to each one, but it's fun, it's rewarding, and I love hearing everyone's auditions. It's a lot of fun. Are you guys gonna do one episode for every chapter? No. Our first episode covers around half of the events, like the first, I could say the first like half of Into the Wilds approximately, with again changes made. But yeah, and the idea is that it's approximately 2 episodes per book. Well, I'll ask the chat another question. We've gotten a lot of asking the team what scenes we're excited for. What scenes are you guys excited to see? Oh yeah, Cajun Hawk, exactly. 1 episode for every chapter would be a lot, just because like there's so many chapters where nothing happens. It's like that would not make for a very good episode. Like, you know, there's a whole chapter of Firepaw just walking through the woods. That would not make for a very exciting episode.
Make for a good lo-fi study loops to work to.
Oh, a
Can you
lot of
imagine if the show was like a series of like adventures followed by then like a few like posts of just like lo-fi cat walking through the woods, and then the next episode, and then
we're getting a lot of Longtail versus Rusty. Good choice, guys. It's so good.
A good one.
It's so good.
It's gonna knock your socks off.
It really is. I see.
I mean we can draw Longtail.
Oh, that's a great scene when Cinderpaw becomes Yellowfang's apprentice. I love it. I love what Yellowfang says. She says something about like in the ceremony, she's like, you know, the only cat I can stand and the only cat I can put up with, and the only cat who can put up with me. And she makes it's so sweet. And then Fireheart's like upset about it, and he's like, "Are you sure, Cinderpaw? I mean, we can work this out." And she's like, "Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you." Cinderpelt's accident. Yeah. Yeah. Comp team's gonna go crazy on that because I'm gonna make them. Oh, bye, Connor.
Catch y'all later. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Adios.
Ravenpaw's introduction. As far as we'll be putting out applications for translators and potentially working to organize dubs in the future. We do have a list of languages that we're going to be seeking out, and then more options as well. But yeah, I would love to work with more members of the community on that. So when we are ready for that, we will absolutely put out applications and information on finding translators and whatnot. There's a lot of languages we want to make this accessible to. Oh, the fight at the end of Into the Wild, also a good choice. Blue Star's death, fair enough. Swiftpaw's death. Yeah, I'm really excited about a lot of deaths. Fair enough. This is Warrior Cats after all.
I don't know. 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 I don't know.
Oh, it looks so good, son.
Oh,
But I
thank
think she
you.
doesn't know.
She doesn't know.
Does she
Just
know?
doesn't know.
No thoughts in her head.
Clueless.
I saw a question earlier in the chat that I was busy, so I didn't address it then. It was like 5 minutes ago. Asking about how we keep the model consistent while we're animating, and I think people were suggesting onion skin, and I just want to shout out and say, do as I say, not as I do. I know I'm using onion skin right now, but don't be doing that. You flip the model sheet. I think King can back me up here. Have your model sheet up and match it to your character, and just flip back and forth. Your eye will see it. You'll learn a lot better than if you're onion skinning.
And actually, in case anyone out there doesn't already know this, you can take your model sheet and put it on the frame before and try to find a view of the character that is as close as possible to the one you're working with. So in this case, you know, she's in
Like
kind
I've
of
got
a,
my
yeah, this is actually a great example because she's already in that sort of 3/4 view, and we have that view in the model sheet. So you can actually, you know, grab her 3/4 view and put it in there, and then you can actually turn it until it's almost exactly right where your drawing is. And that way, when you flip back and forth, your eye will start to catch like, oh, actually her eyes need to be further apart, or her nose needs to be lower down, or, you know, little things like that. And for some reason, flipping back and forth does a much better job of catching that than, you know, onion skinning and trying to just look on top of it.
Join the project. I've learned so many really good tricks on like how to stay on model that have really improved so much, and like how I should think about how the characters need to stay on model while also thinking about a million other things like appeal, acting, and all that such. But also, I heard this really nice advice that from a video that King actually posted once a while ago about like how to approach animation scene from I'm afraid I don't remember the name of the guy that made that video, but anyway, he said something in that video that was very eye-opening to me, and he said like when it comes to the onion skin, think of the onion skin more as a way to fill in gaps, aka the in-betweens between each keyframe, rather than thinking that you need to use the onion skin to like stay on model, because more often than not when you try to follow the onion skin, sometimes you'll experience issues, off model issues, like the character may be growing or the character looks really off appeal wise and such. So like I like to think of onion skin more as just a tool to use like when you're in that stage where you're in betweening the your keyframes, because that is like more helpful.
Yeah, because there's stuff when you flip back and forth that your eye will catch, because you'll notice a mistake because your eye will go, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. Versus with an onion skin, you're just looking at a big mess of various drawings and trying to see what's the distance between these two lines.
The
And
onion
that doesn't
skin
always...
it's very brain off, which is why I'm doing it right now, because I've never streamed before and I knew it was going to be a brain off experience, and I had my keys all done already.
Yeah, you were
And
already
rest
at the
assured, I was
stage,
not
like...
onion skinning when I was making those keys.
Yeah, you're
Usually I
definitely
would do a
already
lot
pretty
less of it.
advanced on... You're already at a pretty
Usually I would
advanced stage.
yeah. I would usually use a lot less onion skin, even when I'm in betweening like this. Only like the last few in betweens I would onion skin so heavily, but
See, you're using the onion skin just to fill in the gaps of like the last bits of your animation. Like that's the perfect way to use onion skin.
Yeah, definitely.
On the topic of animation, someone was asking, how do we decide who animates which part?
They come to us like dreams from StarClan.
Yes, it's true.
But actually,
think-
King and I had a session where we went through all the shots and we labeled them as easy, medium, hard. And sometimes people claim them and they're like, I want to do this shot. And sometimes we're like, oh, this person would be really great for this shot. And they get assigned that way.
It's a little bit like casting an actor. Sometimes you have a person who you know is really good with like action heavy scenes. Like they do really good, like powerful, like, oh, they did that animation where the cat ran into the wall and you could really feel it, you know, or whatever. So somebody like that, we might be like, okay, they're going to be like, we're going to ask them to do a few shots for, you know, the long tail fight because we know we want somebody who can, you know, or you have some people who are really, really good at subtle acting. And so you want to give them a shot like this where, you know, the character's shaking their head and emoting a lot. But I mean, sometimes it's also down to who's available. Like we may have like the ideal person, but they're busy. So it's like, all right, well, we got to find somebody else, you know, and okay, who's available right now? We actually have a ton of very talented animators on the team. So sometimes it's just like everyone's really good. So you know, most of these people could handle this shot. So we just hand it out. And yeah, again, if somebody had a special request, we'll take that into account too.
Who's streaming next?
I can go if you like.
Yeah, I think
I've actually been
just
working on my
about done
shot.
here.
I don't know.
Let you guys see her one more time.
I don't know.
So beautiful.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
She doesn't know.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. I couldn't hear her this whole time, and I finally realized I had to turn the audio up on the stream, and now I hear her. It's delightful.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think she knows?
I'll never know.
I'm not sure.
know.
I don't know.
Who's gonna tell her?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, Spotted Leaf, what are we having for dinner?
I don't know.
I'm literally here wondering that same question myself, and I'm also like, I don't know. Maybe we need to get a pizza tonight. I'm gonna be in the stream.
I don't know.
I love how her ears look so far. But on the subject of pizza, I've been craving pizza all week, but I'm saving money, so it sucks.
Yeah, that's how we're in. We actually just had pizza last night, so I'm like, we shouldn't do it again because we're trying to not eat out all the time. I mean, we got grocery store pizza, but still.
I don't know.
Oh my
we
gosh.
have lots of food in the house, but it's like, am I gonna have the time and energy to figure out what we're even eating tonight?
Literally, I'm so good at saving money until it comes to food. The second I'm hungry, I fold.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm just gonna eat this because that's what I want right now. Yeah, it costs so much, but whatever.
I don't know.
Exactly.
This
All
is
right,
the second
gang.
animator
Say
who has
goodbye to
mentioned
Spotted
being
Leaf.
hungry. So I think animation is
Yeah,
hungry
lip
work.
sync's gonna be later. Guy in the chat. Lip sync I do at the very end because
it's not too early for her to die yet.
Nah, it's cool.
Soon,
It's cool.
Spotted Leaf.
But yeah, like I might shift its timing a little bit more. I might make the head shake happen a little bit faster. You never know what's gonna happen once all the in-betweens are in. So once all that's totally done and figured out, then I go in and do the lip sync because you can't be messing with timing once lip sync is done because it's dependent on when the audio plays. So I do it at the very, very end. And yeah, what do I do now? Close the stream?
Hold on. King, have you started streaming?
Try to make it a smooth transition.
Yeah.
So then, take this out.
Turn.
Okay, I should be streaming now.
Yes, it is.
What do you guys think?
I enjoyed seeing you stream for the first time, son. It was very, very fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, son, it's so cool watching you work.
It's like watching a magician do a magic trick.
Alright, you good? Ready to stop the stream?
Yeah, you're good.
No, Spotted Leaf.
Look at the baby girls.
Don't worry, she'll be back in a second. Yeah, you're spotted leaf again. Different spotted leaf, but spotted leaf nonetheless.
She survived for now.
Hello. Sorry,
Oh my god,
somebody
this is
walked
so
in
good.
right as I was streaming. So I was like,
You're
oh, crap, I gotta answer questions.
You're too
So we're
cool.
back to
You're too
spotted leaf
cool.
again. I know it's kind of light right now. Sometimes Krita doesn't like to change the opacity, but then when you hit play, it
Oh, I
doesn't.
love this scene.
Yes, there we go. Now it's showing up.
Pretty scene. I love the body acting.
Spotted leaf, you're everything.
Cats being cats.
So
Is
I
this
was just
the
going...
You Worry Too Much Blue Star scene?
Yes. I couldn't find the audio,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna focus on the body acting, and I'll drop in any lip sync later. Although, unlike Sun, I don't like to throw my lip sync in too close to the end. I do try to work it in at the beginning. But yeah, I was just thinking about that as she was signing off. I was like, oh, a lot of animators, we work in different ways too. So that's a fun fact for everybody out there. Everyone
Yeah.
has slightly different methods of working.
And you know, it's different for different scenes. If I had a scene where the lip sync was like really tied into the body acting, then I would be working that into the beginning.
That makes sense too. So I'm actually starting to tie things down. So I went in here and oh, I faded it out. But you can kind of see the difference. Like I did not get her rough correctly at first. So I'm going in here and I was definitely flipping from the model. So here's my...
King, as far as finding the audio, the animatic should be cut up in CyberDuck, and the audio should be
Oh,
in
okay.
there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I opened the file today and Krita was like, I can't find the audio. And then I was like, I don't feel like digging for this, and it's not super important for where I'm at right now. So I just let it alone. But
fair enough.
Just explaining that I won't be able to play any audio because then I have to pause and go look for it and maybe
Blue Star looks
download it.
so pretty here. I love her. I love her design.
She's so fun. She looks a little thick, maybe. I don't know. I think maybe the model sheet isn't big enough, but...
What's King?
Yeah.
These key poses. She's so pretty.
How do you add audio in Krita? It doesn't take MP4.
It does. Oh, give me just a second. I will BRB.
B3? Unless you want to post, you're transporting video in there. Does Krita take video well too? When you
King just left. I don't have an answer for you.
I'm just thinking out loud.
I'm back. Okay, sorry. Yes, you can. I usually do a WAV file. I think I have uploaded MP3, but it doesn't scrub very well. You also may, if you're, I don't know, is a fan asking this question, or just like someone internally? Just curious. But yeah, if you haven't downloaded the update actually improved the scrubbing like a lot. It's way better now, and you can actually scrub your audio and listen to it. But I don't know if they updated like what it can take. I usually will convert it to a WAV if it isn't a WAV already when I import it in, just so I can listen to it. Since it's just for my own reference, that's usually fine. But yeah, you go here. They've added it to the timeline now. I think it used to be on the left side, but there's a little audio thing over here, and you can hit import audio, and then do it that way. And then you can adjust the volume, or you can mute it if you don't want to listen to it while you're working. But yeah, I was very excited to see they changed that, because that was one of the things that was like driving me crazy. It was like, it's in there and it scrubs, but it's terrible. Like, it's hard to tell what's going on.
Thing where some animators do, where like if they're animating in a program that doesn't take audio files very well, they just like have the audio file open in a different program or something, and you listen to that while you're on this program too. That question makes sense.
Yes, actually, if you guys want, because what I used to do I was trying to find a good workaround, and let me see if I can find something. I'm digging through my files to see if I can find it. But I used to use an X sheet, and then the problem was I had to find a program that I could scrub the audio in. It didn't have to be an animation program, but I was trying to use Audacity, and that does not have a very good scrubbing thing either. Here we go. I don't know how many of you are familiar with an X sheet, but an X sheet is basically it's used in animation, or it used to be used a lot more. I think some places still use them. Anime uses it a lot because they still work on paper and stuff. But this is basically your timeline. So like, let me see. Let me move those numbers. So you just start numbering like 1, 2, 3, 4, and these are your frames. And then let's say you have lip sync. You know, if the character's saying hi, you would say, okay, the huh sound starts here around frames 2 and 3, and then it goes down to ha around frame, you know, whatever this is, and then that way the animator can look at this and go, okay, the mouth needs to be open in an ah position for a cat that would look like this, depending on how big, you know, maybe an H sound you can usually do closed mouth with the teeth, and then you would tween down depending on when that you would say it ends like in high down here. This is actually probably way too long. It's something going high like in Lilo and Stitch, but and then maybe they come down to a he sound, high, you know. So I don't know. So that's one way you can do it. But you do need a way to be able to listen to the audio and know roughly when stuff is happening, which frame it's happening on, and then you use this as your guide. But that's the old school. That's how they used to do it.
Titmouse still uses X sheets for.
Do they?
When we send boards overseas.
Oh, that's really cool to hear. I didn't know that. That makes sense though, because a lot of production houses, at least in like Asian countries, I know Japan and some parts of China and like Singapore, maybe, I don't know, like whatever countries do anime, they'll be familiar with X sheets for sure.
Yeah, the studio that animates KIF, which is the show that I work on.
Oh, nice. I love KIF.
They use they're in Korea and they animate on paper, and they don't listen to the audio.
Yeah.
So the X sheets are there so that they can animate lip sync without, you know, because if you don't speak English, you know, some of the audio might not be very useful anyway.
Right. So you're just going based off sounds and stuff.
You're going back, yeah, and they have all the basic mouth charts and mouth sheets done. It's not, you know, there's less subtle acting in it.
Yeah.
And usually if there is a moment where we need like a very specific mouth movement, we'll kind of like pre-animate it in the boards.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's yeah, so they that's what the X sheets are for. I don't know if they're used for productions that get animated over here though in the States, so I would doubt it.
Yeah, because we have a lot of it is digital, and when you're working digital, you already have it all timed out, and you know, especially now with Toon Boom, you can work in your camera moves ahead of time and everything. Because the X sheets were also used for camera moves to indicate like when the camera starts moving. So you'd have your frames over here, and like over here's your lip sync, which is just an area for notes. Here's your layers of animation. So your background would be on this layer, your first layer of animation. If your character's broken up into several pieces, like let's say the head moves but the rest of the body doesn't, then you would just say this is a hold, and then the next part of the thing, the animation happens here, whatever. And then like I think actually this is one I made myself, so it's probably not super, I just made it for myself for lip sync, but there'll usually be like a camera, you know, layer, and it'll say things like, you know, the pan out starts here. I don't know what symbols they use. I'm making stuff up, but yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, we actually, all of us, because I'm a storyboard revisionist, and all of us got into a meeting at some point, and we like messaged, I don't remember who we messaged, but we were like, can you explain to us how the X sheets work so we know like
you have
what
to learn now, because like no one
so we
uses
learn
them
what
anymore.
we're marking.
I used one, I did some animation for Farfetched, which is an online animated project as well, and I actually did use a X sheet because I had this character who was like in a tree, and there was like I had the tree on one layer, and then like his body was here, and then at one point his arm just moved, so I didn't want to redraw his body, but I was having to mark it out because somebody was in betweening it after me, so I had to be like, you know, this frame holds until here, and then you can, you know, stop moving it, and then pick it up again here, it starts moving again, and you know, this is the timing, it's on 2s, you know, or whatever, and maybe I'd put an X where the in between needed to happen or whatever. So that was really fun, but that's like the only time I did that, and then I had to kind of explain it to the in-betweener. I was probably kind of a pain in the butt because everybody else is working in Toon Boom, but I was over here in Krita, so I decided to break it up that way, and I was like, I'm sorry, I hope this isn't too confusing.
Oh, Curb VVO has a question. I wonder who that is. Question for Shiro. What do you look for in audio quality from voice actors?
Well, okay, so I guess it's difficult to really explain this in a way where you can like imagine what it sounds like, because the only way to really fully like get it is to like have that microphone and be able to hear the difference between two different microphones. You can, I guess, look up you know, microphone comparisons and such, but ideally we want to have as little background noise as possible, as little you know, well, there's the noise floor, right? And that's like the little like like white noise static. Some microphones and interfaces have a higher noise floor that's lower quality versus other ones that probably are more expensive that have a lower noise floor. So that, along with like we don't want any sounds of like your computer fan running or your AC or heater running or any kind of fan in the background. We want none of that. No traffic sounds. Ideally, you're recording in a place that doesn't have much echo. That's something that like everybody talks about background noise when it comes to like how they want like the quality of their voice recording to sound. Everyone talks about background noise, but echo is another thing, like reverb in your room. If you have a place where it sounds like you're, you know, recording in an echo chamber, it's going to be difficult to make you sound like you're in the same space as everybody, especially when we're in a setting that's outside. So ideally, it's as dry as possible, doesn't have much reverb, doesn't have much background noise. You also have to be recording from a pretty sensible distance from your microphone, ideally around like 6 inches, I would say, away from your microphone. But you know that can vary depending on how loud you're speaking. But it shouldn't vary too much. You shouldn't be like, you know, yelling so loud that like it's, you know, clipping your microphone and it sounds like super bass boosted. But you also shouldn't be trying to prevent that by going across your room, because then it's gonna sound like there's more reverb in your room. So there's kind of like a general balance when it comes to that kind of stuff that we're looking for.
It's a good question.
It is.
I think people wonder
Very
a
good
lot.
explanation as well.
Yeah, I'd love to get more information out just about what we look for with auditions and stuff, because I feel like people ask that a lot.
Actually, one of the biggest things, if if you're sick when we open up one of these auditions, you have an entire month to get this done.
Yeah,
Please don't try to be the first person to audition and like be sick while you're doing it. It's better for you to get better. Like, we look at every single audition. Don't try and be the first person to get in thinking that it'll make your chances better. Just get better first, take care of yourself, and then you can audition later.
Yeah, for sure. We saw a lot of that. People were like, "Oh, I'm sick right now, but here's my audition anyway." Auditions are always open for a month. In fact, this last one was open for a little bit more than a month, about a month and a week. Don't audition if you're sick, because now I only know what you sound like when you're sick, and I don't know what your voice sounds like. So it's okay to, you don't have to be the first one. Like I said, upvotes have no bearing on who I choose. Who makes a short list, who actually gets cast. We don't look at like, oh, who submitted first. That's not even a factor. So get better before you push yourself to audition. And also don't say things like, oh, there's no chance I'll get the role, but here goes anyway. Like, don't say that, because, you know, if you don't think you're good enough, then, you know, you're already writing yourself off, and I haven't even heard your audition yet. So you don't even have to say anything.
So
Just
true.
let your audition speak for itself. You don't need to be hard on yourself. It doesn't make you look better. it does the opposite. So also don't do that.
We definitely
Me
don't cast
before
based on
Toon
pity.
that it was like a defense mechanism kind of
It is
thing.
yeah, because then, you know, if I submit my audition and I'm like, well, I know it's really bad, then someone telling me it's bad can't hurt my feelings because I already know. Or if I don't get the part, well, that's okay because it wasn't good anyway. Or I didn't give that my all, so, you know, it's not because I can't do it, it's just like that one wasn't good. It's a defense mechanism, and I understand that.
Mhm.
So, but it doesn't help you. And, you know, and that's why also when people put in there, they're like, oh, I'm an aspiring voice actor, I'm an aspiring artist. If you're making art, you're an artist. If you're voice acting, you're a voice actor. You know, there's no
aspiring.
entry level requirement. So take that aspiring out of your bio. Just say you're a voice actor. That's it.
Yeah, advocate for yourself, because if
Sell
you're if
yourself.
literally if you're gonna tell us, oh, I don't, you know, I don't feel confident about this, then why would we feel so like inclined to choose you? You need to prove to us that you're really good at this and you're confident about it. That'll make us feel better about it.
And you wouldn't walk into a job interview and be like, I would be so bad at this job, but, you know, here's my interview anyway. You wouldn't do that for any other job. So don't do it for voice acting. Don't do it for art. Have confidence in yourself. It does help. Attitude is a huge part.
Yeah, we want to cast you. We
Yeah.
want to enjoy your audition.
Trust me, it's so much fun when we hear a great audition or a really interesting take on the character. So
I fully
we have good
understand.
intentions. Don't just be nice to yourself. That's all.
Or at best, just like if you can't drum up enough confidence 24/7, try drumming up confidence for say 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That's all you really need to do anything. Just like 10 seconds of confidence, courage, all that stuff just to get you where you want to go.
String Beans wants to know, are there things you look for when making character designs? I really want to be a designer for you, so any tips would be great.
So like we were talking about earlier, silhouette is the most important aspect of the designs. But I think a mistake I see a lot, and I think it happens a lot with this when people try to do our style in particular, is I don't just want to see a direct profile view, like a T-pose, essentially, of your your character design, just like a flat, complete profile view. That's not helpful for me. And also poses like sitting or curled up in a ball or anything like that is also not really helpful for me seeing the design. Being able to show off design work with, you know, with a clear pose and then having other expressions and poses kind of showing me the dynamics of the design is always really helpful. But I want to see variation for sure. That's a big part for me. Just showing that you have a grasp on kind of the foundations of shape, language, and design fundamentals. How do you get people aware of a project like a map or voice auditions? So this one's a bit of a, this project is a bit of a different case. It's on par with maps, but it's, you know, it's kind of in a similar vein, but it was different because we kind of, the channel was built just on this project, so there weren't previous things to kind of build off of. But I would say, I think for me, it's always important to have something to show for the project. It may take a little extra time to put together, a nice casting call video, but when you put in the effort, the people who see your video or see your announcement or whatever it is, will see that, and they'll respond accordingly. I see a lot of times people are like, well, I'm doing this project, but there's no image attached. There's no indication of what this project is going to look like. We have no idea if this person actually has the ability to see something like this through. And that's a turnoff for a lot of people when looking at projects. So I think usually if you have put in the time and the effort, and usually that tends to pay off. But it's hard because it's something of a taboo to like go into people's comments and be like, hey, come check out my map call or anything like that. But it's it's hard to get projects to kind of take off like this one did. I don't think we expected it to get as big as it did. And I'm very grateful for how far it's gotten. But don't be discouraged if you don't wake up and have a bunch of views and subscribers and comments. It takes time, but put in the effort, and the effort will be returned most of the time.
Honestly, I found Warriors by seeing all the awesome art on their Instagram. Like I just kept seeing all the character designs and everything, and got me excited to animate, and so I wanted to join, and so I reached out. So I feel like getting stuff done and putting it out there will draw people's attention. I know we get a lot of attention when we post our casting calls because we make these beautiful animations to go along with them, and everybody gets excited, and we get a bajillion people applying and all this. So it doesn't have to be a full animation, but just getting really cool art, posting pictures of your characters, of your backgrounds, whatever. People will start going, "What's this? Oh, can I join?" Like you'll get attention that way for sure.
And this also, there's so many like fandom spaces. King mentioned like Instagram. There's also places like Twitter. I don't know. When I was a kid, it was Amino. I found so many like smaller maps on Amino, but that's not really a thing anymore. So find like your group, your like be safe, like practice internet safety, but find like other people in the fandom, and then share your projects with your friends, and they'll share your projects with their friends. Word of mouth is so important, and if you really want to like, if advertising maybe isn't your thing, seek out genuine connections, and you might find people who are excited just as much as you are to participate in your project.
Yeah, join other maps and get to know people in Discord servers, and then when you get to know them, you can sucker them in. You can be like, "Oh, by the way, I'm also working on this. Do you want to join me?"
And I'll also say, with that, I mentioned before that I think people, when looking at projects like this, people will underestimate how much time of my life this actually takes up, because it does take up a good bit of my time. I have to be active, or everyone stalls, and that's not fair to anyone. So I would say, don't start projects on impulse. That is a mistake most of the time, because I see it all the time where people get really excited about an idea and they just put it out the second they think of it, and then it ends up dwindling and stalling and dying because they just started it on impulse and they just lost interest. Make sure it's an idea that you really feel very strongly about, that you are willing to put in the time and willing to put, something you're willing to fight for, so to speak.
Or start something that other people are willing to put the time in, because I feel like this project kind of got started in a hurricane of activity, but then because it's Warrior Cats, enough people got on that even when the original people were like, I don't know if I could do this, we were like, well, we'll do it, don't worry.
That's the testament to what I'm talking about. If we hadn't been there, it's better to think it through. Make sure this is something, mull on it a bit. I mean, I know it kind of sucks when you want the project out there, but for example, Nico has been helping me, and Casey have been helping me with a thing that I'm going to be launching probably in a few days, but I've been sitting on it for like a year, been working on it for the past like 6 months, to make sure that this is actually something that I'm in, that I want to do. So, yeah, and that helps me because it helps me to know that I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm tired of this thing, and it's a big commitment. Now I have to see it through, or I'm not gonna waste everyone's time. So yeah,
So
through and having a great team helps for sure.
yes. So I wanted to talk a little bit about. I saw a question that somebody brought up asking what program I'm using, and this is Krita. And don't get me started. It's a free program, and it does hand-drawn animation beautifully.
It's so
it doesn't
good.
do everything a program like TV Paint would do, and it definitely doesn't do anything near what Toon Boom would do. But it's also free, so if you're learning, I use this professionally all the time too. So if you're just learning, this is absolutely a great program. This isn't like, oh, it's a beginner's program, and if I use it, then I won't get all you'll get all the functionality you need to make professional hand-drawn animation. And there's my daughter.
Hi.
Do you want to go say hi to? Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Hi, King's daughter.
Say hi.
Hi, King's daughter.
King's daughter.
She came up and started.
The princess.
Me, so.
Yes, the princess.
Basically the princess.
Oh yeah, she's IRL princess.
Yes, I do. I'm very old, you guys. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm one of the senior members of the staff, so I have a 7-year-old daughter.
You're as old as you feel.
Yeah,
You
that's right. Well, I feel very old too.
old?
I have all kinds of arthritis going on, so that doesn't help.
I feel you.
I wish I could pass my feelings off like that. Here, you can take my lower back.
Thank you for reminding me to stretch my wrist today.
I feel like you just laughed in youth.
I did. I don't have wrist pain. You know what's crazy is that I never had wrist pain. I was always good about like stretching my hand during and before drawing. But then over winter break for my school project, I've been forced to learn a new program that I have to use a mouse for. And I never use a mouse. So my wrist has been cramping up like crazy because it's not used to being in the position to use a mouse. Sucks.
Hey guys, real quick. My daughter wants to show you her horse impression. This is a baby horse.
Okay.
Aww.
Did you hear it?
No.
No.
There we
No.
go.
Sounded great though.
I get really close to the bike.
You have to get close to the mic. Try it again. She's doing like super high pitch, so maybe my mic is just not picking it up.
It's
Oh,
okay.
I
She
heard-
sounds excellent.
I heard something very
I
small.
did hear a little bit of it. Very nice.
She's losing it at all the horse gifts. She loves horses. She's like, hey, look.
Oh my gosh,
She
has
loves
Casey
horses,
sent pictures?
does
Has
she?
Casey sent pictures of her horses?
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, so she loved my horses because I've got like tons of
Four
tons
horses
of
now, right?
Yep, 4 and possibly 5 on the way. We shall see on Monday. But yes, I have lots of horses, and I also own very pretty horses. My personal horse is the prettiest in my herd. She's so pretty, she even has like my heritage stamped on her shoulder, which is just why I love her even more.
Oh, I want to answer this question, but there's no way to answer this in short. So.
Okay, I know the.
No, I'd like to learn more about the process for writing, scripting, storyboarding, and directing. How does that work? That would be way too to answer that all here. But I want to put out more resources for that in the future for sure. Will you be showing scenes that aren't exposed? Oh, yep, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just really quick going to point out this is some more flipping here, but I'm actually flipping from a previous frame. So she's standing like this, and since I already have this frame tied down, I just dragged it over. So instead of flipping from the model, I'm now flipping from this drawing because I don't need her to be in this exact position again, but it's so similar that I want to see like, you know, sort of roughly where's she going to be. Her rough could move this way, but it's helping me as a guide of like where the character should be. And this can especially help because sometimes if anyone has ever animated a character and they slowly shrink over the course of the scene or they get bigger or, you know, their eyes get bigger or something, this can help a lot. Bring in your first frame and then like flip from it, and then you have a better gauge of where you need to go.
Ever consider going into teaching?
Yes, actually, I've applied for my local university. They need an animation instructor, but I'm laughing because I don't think I'll get the job because I don't have a graduate degree. And I think this town is very prissy about art and they're like that. So, but I might get pleasantly surprised, but I don't
You
know if we'll see. We'll see how that
Oh,
goes.
you'd be such a great teacher.
I feel like I would be too, and I get that all the
That's a
time.
great
But this
teacher.
town is so backwards about this stuff. They might look at my stuff and go, "Oh, she doesn't have a graduate degree. She's really an artist." So I'm kind of like, "We'll see what happens."
Ugh.
You should
But what
apply
I'm
to
thinking
What
of
better way to teach art?
I what I'm thinking of doing, well, they've hired before for like the head of the animation department. My town has no animation anything. Like when I was growing up here, I didn't have any, like I had to leave to learn this stuff. But they just got an animation department, but then when I saw who they hired, it was somebody who had never actually worked in animation and had just gone to school for it all the time. And I was like, "Oh." So I'm just kind of like, "Oh, we'll see what happens about this." But they also focus heavily on 3D, which I'm not. I feel like I can give feedback on 3D because there's a lot of principles that I can, but I can't teach like a 3D class or, you know, teach you how to use a 3D program or how to apply my feedback in your program in the best way. So we'll see if they actually want me. But my plan, if I don't get it, is to start a guerrilla campaign where I post pictures in the student hall or something where I'm like, "Do you want an animation tutor?" and then maybe make some money out of it. We'll see.
You should apply for a school a little closer to South Carolina. Wink, wink. I
Oh
think
man, that's the
happy
other
to.
problem is I'm kind of stuck here because I love it here and my family has a lot of connections here and we have lots of friends and like all this stuff. So like if I could move, I'd have work by now for sure. But I just refuse to move, so that's part of my problem. It's like, oh.
That is so fair though. Honestly, I have so much respect for you for doing that because I also have like my own feelings about moving. Like right now, while I'm young and have very little like I don't know
Gonna
ties
say that's
to
part of it
anyone.
is I moved a lot when I was younger. Like when I just left college, I moved to Atlanta and then I was in Boston and then I was in San Francisco and then my company moved to Canada. Like I'm just like I've been all over the place because I just went where the work went. But I got older and I had a baby. That was the big thing. I was like, I want to be close to family and I need help taking care of this creature because it takes a village.
That's exactly
So yeah.
like
And then at this point, we're kind of well entrenched here. And as we get older, we're enjoying things like having a house and a garden that we can, you know, we don't have to worry about what the landlord says. We can do whatever we want with our house, you know, like all this stuff is just kind of nice. As you get older, you start to value that more. So,
The
but
dream.
not everyone, but a lot of people do.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I don't know. I was really hoping that with COVID, it would become more common for like studios and pipelines to utilize
Um,
more.
Actually, it is more common. It's just that I'm finding that like even there in particular for me, I can't speak to all the industry because I think storyboarders might have an easier time. The problem with being an animator specifically and being a 2D animator is that not a lot of studios need you to begin with.
Yeah.
They're either outsourcing their animation or they're in Canada and I'm a US citizen and like the Canadians aren't going to pay extra for you unless you're like somebody super good or famous, you know. And even if you're super good, they have a lot of really great, you know, animators in Canada. So why would they pay like way more money um, to get you in unless you're willing to move there and I'm not, you know. So it's just there's a lot going on. But I did actually work remotely for my last company because when we moved down, I said, "Hey, I want to keep working for you guys." And they're like cool with it. So I went remote before it was the COVID cool thing to do. Yeah, it can be I'm finding it can be hard to find a like at least where I am. I don't know how it is for people working in the UK or sorry, in like Europe and the UK or Canada as far as animation. I know for storyboarders, LA is the place to be in general, or sometimes New York. But yeah, it's harder to find animation work.
at LinkedIn and stuff and looking through Indeed and looking for 2D animation positions, and I have similar, like, man, people really aren't hiring just 2D character animators, 2D effects
Yeah.
animators, and it's made me really, I hate doing storyboards. I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah,
hate
I thought about branching into it, and I'm like, no, this just I sort of enjoy it, but I don't think I enjoy it enough to like do it like as my full-time
yeah.
job.
I feel the same way, and I'm at a point where I'm like, man, maybe I should figure out how to do this, because my biggest struggle has been with mostly environmental drawings. So I've been really trying to get a breakthrough in my environmental drawing, and it's just not working.
Yeah.
I think it's also just like a very rough patch for the animation industry as a whole right now. Like,
Yes,
not to
right
say that
now
it
it's
was,
definitely just
not to
it's
say that
also just rough
2D,
right now.
right? Like, it's not like 2D was booming, you know,
No, it wasn't
before
booming
this.
anyway. Yeah.
But like, just right now, it's really, really rough. Like, aside from like the show I'm on and like some advertising studios, I feel like nothing. And I mean, there's a couple shows for every one of the major like broadcast networks that do animation. And there's like, you know, some indie stuff going on, but it's not like it's
There
just a
wasn't a
rough
lot of work
patch.
out there anyway. I got lucky because I was with the same company for like 12 years, and they were doing mobile games, and they just happened to need 2D animators, and I got in right at the beginning. It was just like a stroke of luck, but there's just not a ton. Now, I will say there's a lot of stuff opening up in the indie space, which is pretty exciting. It's still finding its footing, and obviously it's not going to be as posh as getting a job at a studio and getting benefits and the whole 9 yards, but it does pay money, and it's exciting to see like animation crop up in that way, because a lot of the indie stuff is being made in the US for whatever reason. It's by US creators, I've noticed.
I wonder if it's because there is no other real like
Maybe, yeah, they're all like, well, fine,
like,
we'll make
you know,
our own
people
thing with
yeah,
blackjack and
literally
hookers. Yeah.
people want to make animation and it's not being, you know, supported in the means it would traditionally be supported in.
Yeah.
And King, you mostly did like character puppets and stuff, right? Character rigs.
Yeah, I did, but what we did was very I feel like it was still very animated for puppet animation. But yeah, I was working in Adobe Animate, which is why I'm such a big fan of the program. And I was doing the character animation for like a game and stuff. So, but there was a lot of emphasis on it was dog game or cat game, if you guys have played that. And it was a collection game, and you could collect dogs and cats, but
I have.
each one would have its own animation. So it was actually really great because you would get a dog or a cat, and then you'd be like, okay, what am I going to make it do? And it was kind of just up to you for the most part. I think with some of our newer animators, we were helping them out because they were still getting used to like the kind of comedy we did and what you can do and what you can't do and what works and what doesn't, so we would guide them and say, maybe do this. But in general, once you got to a pretty good stage, like you were just responsible for it yourself. And but I think I learned a lot about like acting and comedy stuff through that, which that's not going to help me much in Warrior Cats. Probably there's not a ton of comedy. There is some, but it's not like a comedy show.
We can
But
make them funnier.
yeah, but make it
The fact that
funnier.
they're cats and they'll do cat stuff will be funny enough because just
Yeah.
cats are just funny incarnate.
It's true. Which once the game got along pretty well, I almost never actually animated a cat. I animated like cats which were wearing people clothes and doing people things. So it wasn't entirely like I was animating cats all the time. Although I always joke that I'm doing warrior cats and that I'm animating cats all day, and then I'm drawing cats in my free time. It's kind of wild.
I find it really funny. That's like I remember you said that like majority of what you've been animating is cats, and yet you said you're a dog person. So
Yeah, I had I have a few friends who were like, you really got to stop saying that because you're and then yeah, we took in some cats that, we took in a litter, and then we still have a few of those cats. So it's just like I'm surrounded by cats now, and we don't have a dog. Like I don't have a dog, so I go around saying I'm a dog person. I draw cats, and I have cats, and cats are my life.
We took you over.
Oh, sorry, the horse came back.
Hey.
I used to say I was a dog person too, but my boyfriend's family owns cats. My family owns cats. I've always had like a dog, and since I've been like my roommate owns a cat, and I went home and I was visiting like my dog, and my family got a second dog, and I realized, like, with the second dog, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't like him. Like, he's but compared to all of the cats I've been hanging out with and my chill dog who I've had since like the 5th grade, that maybe I'm not a dog person.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, my my family's dog is like this lump who has like he's literally
Lump.
he's old now, but his entire life he's just been like a couch potato is the best way I can describe him. So it's always really jarring when
Is that
I
why he's
interact with
Spud?
like no, that's not why his name is Spud.
No! That would
But
make so much sense.
Did he grow into
his
his
name was
name?
Spud. His name was Spud because when we got him, he was the size of a potato.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh.
He's like, I'm gonna live up to this name.
Yes, he's bigger than that now, but it fits in other ways.
Question for my animators. Someone, when you guys earlier were talking about puppet animating, they're asking basically if that refers to like an actual puppet, or what does that mean in animation?
An actual puppet.
It means that they're
Yeah,
broken up into pieces, and you take each piece. I don't have Adobe Animate license right now, where I'd show you some of my stuff, but you would have like, let's say you're working in layers, because most of you will be familiar with layers. You would have like the head would be on one layer, and then I'd create a new layer and make like the eyes, and then I'd make a new layer, and this would be the mouth. So now when I animate, I don't have to redraw everything. I could literally just do, like I can take the mouth. Blue Star, get out of the way. You're in the way.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of
So
messed up.
rude. Out of the way, Blue Star. So like if I want to animate him, lip flapping, I now just have to redraw the mouth. Oh no, now Spotted Leaf is in the way. Oh my god, these cats. I take it back. I don't like cats at all. I'm not a cat person.
It's like, who's running this show?
Get out of the way, Spotted. Okay. Yeah, so like I haven't had to redraw the mouth, or the because I have it on a different layer. So puppet animation is similar to that, but just a little more complicated. Instead of breaking things up into layers, you're usually there's other factors which I won't go into because it gets really complicated. But yeah. But
I
that's
find the
puppet
one.
animation.
Mm-hmm. I find the one puppet animation where like you have to make the puppet turn around. I find that mind-boggling. Like, how do you do that? I mean, making
Oh,
them their
yeah.
mouth move is one thing, but like making them turn around without like
Yes.
doing a straight
So
up 3D
if they're
model.
turning around, you're redrawing a lot more, but you can still cheat that. Here, let me just open a new file, because otherwise I'm gonna have to get all these cats out of my way again, and I might accidentally delete one and then I'll cry.
No! Too
So
early for
let's
the
say you
cry.
have your character, and then on another layer you have their eyes, and then you have the mouth on another layer. So then on your next frame, show up all you layers. Oh, you are showing up. That's weird. Doesn't say you are. Okay. On your next layer, you then have to draw some aspects, but then, for instance, like the head, let's say I want the side view, I might actually not have to do a new head. I could just use that same head for the side view, and now just redraw my eyes. So his eyes would be here, his mouth would be here like this, right? And I haven't redrawn the head. Now I may have to go and erase this little bit of the head here. Or if I just color this all in, then I don't have to, right? Because it's just layered over the head. So for a very simple character like this, you could do a head turn. And then if I'm doing all the in-betweens for this, again, the head is not being changed. So I'm not redrawing the head anymore at all. I'm just going in and doing the mouth and the eyes. So maybe I draw the other eye going here, and then this far eye squishing a bit as it goes over. And then the mouth is just sort of traveling over. And maybe the tongue is changing position, which you can even go in here and make the tongue like its own piece inside and do like a mask or something. So you can actually turn them without having to redraw the tongue either. But you can build a little, turn like this. That's not looking very convincing, but yeah. So that's very basic. But of course, if you have a much more complicated character, this all gets way more complicated. You may have to redo the head. So
with these turns like this, you might have all that done already. So then the animator can find the exact head turn they need and they don't have to redraw the head turn. Like they go, oh, I need a 3/4 view. Okay, here it is. And they have all the pieces already. And now they just have to animate, you know, maybe the eyes moving a slight bit to one side. And squishing in a little bit so it looks more, gives it more character or whatever, you know. So you're moving pieces instead of redrawing stuff. And usually the eyes would be separated even. You have your right eye and your left eye, and then you could really manipulate things. That's the basics of puppet animation. Toon Boom and Adobe Animate have their complete different ways of handling how you cut up the pieces and organize them, but that's just the basics of it.
I'm in a class for creating puppets right now, and it's crazy. It's really stressful.
I was in a class that did that once. It was not fun.
We have to do it like from scratch. Like we have Mabel and Dipper model sheets, and we're creating of those two characters. And she's a newer professor. She's very like she's just out of the industry, and she's very professional. And that's as far as I'll say. But
I will say, like, this is usually on a production, it's one person's job to build the rigs, and then they pass them to the animators in the end. So, you know, like the rigger will get really good at rigging, and then the animator isn't necessarily going to know about rigging as much, but they're going to know, like, you know, what they need and what they don't need. But where I worked at my company, we all had to rig our own characters, and we had a pre-made rig that we could use as a base, and then we just had to change the art in it stuff. So we actually all got really good because our turnaround was like a week and a half per dog or cat, or 2 weeks, you know, or something, depending on the complexity of the animation. So we would just, you know, every couple of weeks we'd get a new dog or a cat. We'd have to set them up. That was part of our job, and then we would animate them. So we all got good at knowing the rigging process. I don't know if that's probably not common anywhere else, but because we were a collection game and we were releasing new sets and we weren't ever going back and animating that character ever again, we didn't need like somebody to make some super elaborate rig. We would just rig them based on what we needed. Like we decide, what are we going to make them do? Okay, this is how we want to build the rig based on that. And then we would just use the template and go off that. So I actually got really good at rigging in Adobe Animate specifically. So I don't know how I probably couldn't do it in Toon Boom now, but I'd have to learn a whole different skill set.
Yeah, she was like telling us about her previous work, and she was like, yeah, my last project was for Rick and Morty.
Oh, nice.
I guess she scored the next few seasons for her studio before she left. She was an animation director. And she's pretty, like, her work is crazy. And she's very strict. So learning, like, she had to cut an entire section of her like curriculum off because a lot of people were dropping her class because it was too much work.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh.
So I feel very fortunate that I got her on her second quarter and not her first, because, you know,
she had improved. Yeah, that's true. The first time someone's teaching something, it's like it's so hard to know like how to teach it. Like teaching's a whole different skill set from actually knowing the stuff.
Oh, it totally is. And if you're going into, you have this mindset of, we're gonna go absolutely crazy, like this is the curriculum, and we're gonna do so much stuff. I want to say something, but it's not. But just going like doing a lot your first time. Maybe
I will
it was
say though, like the stuff that I thought was a lot in college versus what I later learned is actually a lot in the industry. I think that you do need that period of time when you're working to learn that. Like I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, college kids just need to do more work, you know. But there is like, I'm sure she came into it like, well, this is what people in the industry are doing every week, and then she went, I'll make my college students do that, and it's like they haven't gotten, you know, they're not there yet. You need to
They
ease
also
them
have
in.
like 4 other classes.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't their full-time job. Also, like as you work, you just get better and faster. So if they're not there yet, as far as like how long it takes them to make a drawing or how long it takes them to do anything, like, you know, they're not going to get there until they've worked a bit. And yeah, I do feel like it's good to challenge people a little bit though. But she maybe does need to like pull it back a wee bit.
challenged. I am, but like I am improving very fast because of the challenge. It's just stressful because like on top a lot of the students in, at this point, we're all in like our second year, right? So
Yeah.
we're all doing our classes, getting into our major classes. Most of us have jobs.
Yeah,
So
you're working on top of everything else. Yeah, it's hard.
the biggest thing that has been very scary is she has a 0 late work policy. So it's like if you turn it in even a minute late, it's a 0. She will not open it. Will not open it.
Yeah,
Her reasoning is like deadlines in the industry. So
that's
I guess
true.
you, if in the industry you turn in something a little late, you still get paid, don't you?
Yeah, it's going to depend on production, but you get paid for the time that you put into it. So you're going to get paid no matter what. The question is going to be if they're going to keep you on if you're somebody who continues to, do stuff slow. But it's not like a zero, tolerance policy for any like and I've only worked at a few places, but most of the time there's a system in place for like if you think you're running late, you can go talk to your supervisor. Again, most of the time you have places that are run terribly and that can be different. But usually there's a system in place where your director or your art director or whoever is in charge of you is keeping tabs on you and going, how's it going? Do you think you'll finish this week? Do you need help? Do we need to bring somebody, like at least at my last company, that was a big thing. Like we had an art lead who was in charge of scheduling, and I felt completely comfortable going to him and saying, hey, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this week. What do we need to do? But like letting them know ahead of time so that they had time to plan and work around or whatever. And then there were other times when it was like, no, there's a hard deadline on this because the client needs it by this time. And like we made a video for an upcoming game, and we had a guy doing our trailer music, and it was the guy from Gravity Falls. And my boss had managed to just reach out to him and be like, we love your music, can you write something for us? And he said yes, but I only have time during these 2 months. And so we had to get our trailer ready for him to put the music for it. And there was literally a deadline of like, if you don't get this done in time, we don't get this guy to do our music. So it was like, but we were a team. We all kind of worked on it, and we said, okay, what do we need to do to make this doable in the, whatever, how much time we had. And we figured it out and we made it work. Some of the things like, okay, we're not going to have as many shots as we thought or whatever, so we kind of did that together. So I don't know. It depends on where you work, though. I'm sure there's a lot of terrible places in the industry, unfortunately, and they might be like, but at the very least, legally, they have to pay you for your time.
Right.
Even if you did a terrible job and they're gonna fire you soon, they have to pay you for the time that you did put in.
It's very interesting. She's definitely mixed like academia mindset and workplace mindset in the most unbearable way. Like, there is a difference between a classroom and a job. That much I can absolutely respect. But if you're going to hold your students academia mindset, you have to lessen your expectations of like a workplace mindset. Do you know what does that make sense?
At the same time, I do feel that teachers are trying to. I had something similar happen when I was there. For those of you who don't know, Silver's going to the school that I went to years ago. But there was a guy who lost his hard drive, and it was his backup hard drive, but it got fried or something, and he lost like 7 years worth of work, his personal work from high school and everything. And the teacher basically was like, I'm sorry you failed this assignment because you didn't turn it in. And she was a bit sympathetic. She wasn't just like being a jerk about it, but she was like, you need to learn that in this industry, if you don't save something and it just disappears, that has really bad consequences. So like you need to back up your work as much as possible. And she just kind of let it be like a tough life lesson, but it was rough. It was like he just didn't get the grade for that assignment because he had done it, but he lost it. And I don't know that I would ever do that, but at the same time, I get it. Like they're trying to be like, this is not a joke. When you go out there, you need to take care of your work, and you need to treat this like, you got to get this stuff done. Like I don't know, I'm not really sure. I'm somewhere in between where I'm like, I get it. I probably would have made something work or have him do some makeup work, but at the same time, it is important to back up your work. Although, as we all heard with the Pixar story, not everyone in the industry even does. You guys have heard the Toy Story thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Where Toy Story lost.
Toy Story 2 was saved by a woman on maternity leave because she had the whole
Yes,
thing.
she had backed up stuff to her computer.
she could work
If
on
she
it
had
from
not
home.
done that, they would have lost everything because apparently they didn't have it all backed up, or they did, but maybe not as extensively or whatever.
Is she credited heavily for the film?
They lost the whole movie, but she had it backed up because she was on maternity leave and wanted to work on it at home.
Yeah.
Mothers save the day, I swear to
So
God.
yeah, there's differing opinions, and no one opinion is right or wrong, I guess. Everybody does it all kinds of ways, but At the very least, back up your work if you don't already. Let that be your lesson today.
Yeah.
I back
Yeah, I'm going to buy a hard drive right now.
that is one lesson I don't ever want to have to learn the hard way. Like, oh my gosh, I was showing some of my classmates because a lot of us are learning like all the different ways we can back up stuff. A lot of us don't own hard drives. A lot of us don't like hard drives really, which maybe we should. But I
Well,
was
these
like,
days there's online stuff too. Like I actually I have a hard drive where I actually work off my hard drive. So if my computer ever fries, I don't have to go in and get the workout. It's all on my backup. But then I also have like an online backup that runs every day automatically and backs up everything in a, I can set which folders I want, so I have like a triple backup because if my hard drive goes out or if my computer goes out, or I'm sure this could happen, both of them go out on the same day. Maybe there's a big lightning strike. I mean, not that I don't have it protected, but you just never know. It's like triple backed up because I can't, if I'm working on some freelance now and I spent the whole week cleaning it up, and if I lost that, I lost a week's worth of work and I still have to turn it in, so I'm going to get paid the same amount no matter what, so it's like that sucks for me that I just didn't get paid that week basically. And it's something as simple as I should have just backed it up.
yeah, I totally agree with that.
I have a fun note about this. As someone who has lost work personally from a hard drive failure, so there's a lot of different things that you can store it on. There's the cloud, and that can be like Google Drive. That could be, I don't know if iCloud would let you, but we'll just put it in there hypothetically. There's a lot of things you can store things on digitally. The risk with that is you can always lose it because someone hacks into your account, so be mindful of that factor. But also how people in the tech industry, at least, I'll hear a lot about, oh, SSDs are great, SSDs rarely have issues and this and that. I'm speaking as someone who lost like a good month's worth of work. Mind you, I'd backed up previously, so I didn't lose it as bad as I would have. But I lost a month's worth of work off of an M.2 SSD, and for those who don't know, that's one of the most secure kind of SSDs there are. They are notoriously very reliable, and the reason it died, my motherboard literally cooked it. To the point where, like, I took it out because I was going to try to salvage it if I could, and it was actually a warped chip. It's crazy. But having an actual external HDD, like a hard drive, is a fantastic idea. Just need to be careful where you store it. But that's a great way to just back up stuff. Maybe do that like once a month. Have some kind of like online service you can back stuff up into. As it stands right now, I have most of my stuff on the M.2 SSD in my computer, and then periodically I will take everything from certain folders and then shove them onto the hard drive in the computer as well, just so if one goes out, another one's kind of functioning as a backup. And you can, for most computers, if you're on a laptop, I'm so sorry. Live, laugh, love, I hope you get well soon. Desktops are life. That's all I have to say to you.
So just to bring this back around to Warrior Cats, we have a pretty good system for organization. I know Neko's not here. Neko's the one to talk about this, but I assume we can talk about. We have like a server that we use, and we've been working, like we worked on like in other areas as well. I know we're posting stuff in Discord and posting to Google Drive, but we also recently got like a server and we're trying to put stuff up there.
The reason we use the Google Drive for the character sheets and stuff is because by Neko's own admission, CyberDuck is not good for visual stuff. So anything that's like the person needs to be able to see and pull up a reference,
right.
we want to use Google Drive, but all the actual files, the shot folders and everything, that's all in CyberDuck.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know we actually have like kind of a few systems.
Yeah, there is a reason why.
Yeah.
It's chaos, but it's organized chaos.
Yes. Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I used the onion skin for the first time just now because I drew this frame and I really changed where her position of her head was a lot from the original drawing. So now I have all these in-betweens leading up to it that aren't going to match up. And so I was using the onion skin to like see like roughly like, oh, her nose is over here, and just kind of using it to sort of roughly place these frames. So when I go in to adjust them to follow this drawing better, then they'll be a lot closer to where they are supposed to be. Little animation.
Oh, onion skin.
Yes. So right now what I'm doing is I'm going through the animation and deciding where my big major poses are. and where she changes the most. So I'm not spending a lot of time like cleaning up like this frame here because it's so close to this one. I'll get to it later. But right now, I just want to get the major big changes. So her head going from here to here. And we were talking about how long it takes to do each drawing. It depends on the drawing. These are my main poses in this animation. And so I'm being very extremely careful and going back and forth. I may, once I finish these, go post for feedback, be like, hey guys, could you look over these drawings and see what you think? Like, I'm not really happy with this one, but I'm going to stop looking at it for a second and come back to it later. And then I'm coming back down to where she is here. I may do, I don't know, these, yeah, I may do the way the head moves over here. I may do that one next. But yeah, so these drawings, I'm spending a lot of time trying to make sure they look right because everything in between is going to be based off of these. So all of like these little sketchy drawings here are very close to that head. So if I get this head wrong, they're all going to be wrong. So I need to check that this is right. And then when I do these, they'll be right. And I won't have to redo all those drawings. I'm just going to get feedback and work on like that drawing and then this drawing and then this drawing. So it saves a lot of time if you put in that extra effort at the beginning before you do all the work for anyone who's coming up in animation and wants to know. And as you can see, there's like she's way off model here. Her nose is not that small, but because it's rough, I was just working on the movement of getting her head up here. And I'll work out the details of if it looks right later. My first pass was just me trying to get the motion and the timing right. I wanted to make sure that this felt like her head goes up and then, and then it drops down. And the drop down was feeling very violent at first. Like it was like boom. And I was like, it's a gentle scene. It doesn't need to feel like, Spotted drops her head and Blue just slams down. So I went in and retimed it a bit, but because my drawings were so rough, it wasn't a big deal.
Giving Blue Star whiplash.
Right. Yeah, at first this little bit here was way too like what was happening is she's got Blue Star's head on her body, and then I didn't want to just slide it down her body, but I had Blue Star's head come down a little bit and then get popped back up when her butt comes up, when Spotted's butt comes up. So it's like her head's a little more down. I don't have it here.
She's so cute.
Yes. And then it pops back up. But that pop was feeling like bam, like suddenly her head popped back up. And I was like, this is a gentle scene. It doesn't need to distract by showing that her head's getting like violently shoved up. So I went in and added like another frame to make this a very gentle motion here. And I made the drawings very close together so it would like feel kind of gentle and not like a bam, like her butt catches her and sends her head flying into the air.
That's what I call a headbutt.
Yes, yes.
Oh, brother.
I had to say it before Colt because I felt like Colt would say it.
Oh my gosh.
There are somewhere around 50 to 60 animators on the project in total.
Yes.
And that's not including all the other team members in different departments because
some animators also
it's a lot more than and it's a lot more than animators. I mean, I see a
Yeah.
lot of animators get credit for everything when they're like, oh my gosh, look at this animation, and it's something that a totally different department did. And
oh
I'm
my
like,
god, that's my pet
everything was an
peeve.
animator.
That's my pet
Oh my
peeve
God.
when
I
I
remember
watch
when,
video
like,
reviewers.
yeah.
3D, they're like, oh my gosh, like you can see every thread on this character's clothing. This is such great animation.
Yeah, it's like that was the rendering
that
team and the riggers.
like,
and
that's
like,
a completely different person.
That's not the animator did not do that.
Yeah.
It's
I
like you're
remember when like the
admiring the
cross
wrong work.
Spider-Verse came out.
Or it was like cross departmental. Like the hair looks incredible. Okay, that's because somebody rigged it to look really good, and somebody else like did the effect. Like I don't know 3D, so I don't know all the terms, but somebody was in charge of like making the hair move in that way, and then the animator maybe came in, and maybe it was a separate animator from the character who made the hair follow through, and so yeah.
Imagine so soupy. Mostly because like knowledge for 3D and all the technical terms that go with it. I'm pretty sure it's much faster just to say, "Ooh, the animation in this looks good," but then you're discrediting all the other people that went into like making this 3D shot happen.
When it comes to 3D, people will say anything is animation. They like the hair. They're like, oh, the animation is so good, lighting. Oh, the animation is so pretty. Like, it, it's crazy because it even happens in 2D too. Like, it'll be like a drawing of a cartoon character, and people are like, "Oh, look, it's an animation." No? I always just think of the Incredibles one though, that blew up on Twitter, and everyone was like, "Look at the fibers in his sleeve."
Yeah.
The animation is incredible.
I think of that one and I think of like there's one with Tangled and I'm like that wasn't an animator.
Yeah,
That
Tangled
was
is
a lighting
amazing.
artist.
Like, animation is not that vague a term. It's pretty specific to a specific skill set.
Yeah, but it's just like a matter of people not knowing the process, which is understandable. There's not I mean, most people don't understand how many even like something that's live action, like there's so many roles that if I was like this is a job on set, most people would have no idea that there's someone whose job it is to do that.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a negative side to it too. Like it'll be like in a I guess an example, only example I can think of is like I remember people being mad about how Pocahontas was portrayed in like the last Wreck-It Ralph movie. They like significantly lightened her skin and stuff. And then so people were like, "Oh, why would the animators do that?" Like that wasn't. There are many other factors at play that has nothing to do with animation. It's more to do with like the direction or something happened in the design phase that has nothing to do with the animators at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably out of their like control.
Mm-hmm.
Tips on drawing cats. What do we think, guys?
Look at a cat or get a cat and draw it.
Thank you. That was incredibly insightful.
I'm back. Sorry, guys.
I mean, life
What are your
drawing.
tips-
Hey.
What are your tips on drawing cats, King?
Oh, my tips on oh my god, I have no tips. They are impossible to draw. They're bags of liquid. I will say I came from wolves and dogs, so it was especially hard for me to get into cats. It's very easy to just make them look like dogs. Just draw them a lot, draw them constantly. Actually, I will say I'm a big proponent of life drawing.
See, life drawing.
Yes, did you guys say that already?
I said it.
This little guy. Okay, good.
I feel like I got a side eye from Toon.
And I'm talking about like I don't know. Let me find an example. Let me find a cat to draw. You think I'd have? I guess I could draw my cat, but I'm not going to do all the work.
Marigold and her big ol' eyes.
Yes. I think I can just copy image and paste it right in. Let's
Big ol' eyes that see everything and nothing at once.
Crit a plug. You can just bring in images by copying them on the internet and pasting them right in, and then you have your reference image. Kind of nice. And it creates it like outside the pasteboard. So if you're drawing a cat, this is an action cat. Just really quick, like, okay, the head's here, it's looking vaguely this way, getting the energy, the legs going over this way, and then move on. You want to draw about that fast. If you're drawing from life, especially because a cat is not going to hold still. So you'd never get this long to draw a real cat. And then go on to the next drawing and just practice doing these little gesture sketches, especially for animation.
Sleeping.
Yeah, while they're sleeping is great. You have a lot more time. But you can still work on like getting the rough in like that, and whatever, however cats look when they sleep, who knows. And then you go in later once you've finished, and if you're drawing digitally, it's even nicer. You can just drop the opacity and then draw over it a little bit, like the eyes. Actually, their eyes do like this when they sleep. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, just I'm a big fan of going out in life and not drawing from photos. You can draw from photos. I think that can be really great. But if you practice drawing from life, then you're forced to draw very quickly and just get the gesture down. And for animation, that's fantastic. But it's just really good for learning how to draw things accurately and quickly. You'll never draw it exactly the way it looks, but you'll get closer and closer every time.
And if you are really going into stylized, like if you're drawing cats because you want to draw like warrior cats, one helped me with cartoons in general, not just cats, but literally everything. Find the artists that you are absolutely most inspired by and break down how they did what they did. And I mean, like, don't trace their, you could trace their work, but do it effectively. Don't just a line for line what your favorite artist did. Try and figure out what shapes they used. Like, break up each individual part into a shape and then look at your shapes and try and recreate those shapes on your own and see if over time that starts to make sense. When it came to like learning gestures and learning life drawing, the thing that always stopped me and I just could not get over this like hump was like everyone was telling me, "Oh, be gestural, like be loose." And I really struggled with that. I couldn't see the structure in what I was drawing. It just was a bunch of lines and everything got messy really.
Honestly, the real tip here is do both at the same time because
Yes.
anatomy is very important and structure is very important. And especially if you're new to drawing, you really need that. You need to learn how to draw a cube and how to draw a sphere and how to draw, this, the shape of this pine cone and, whatever exercises there are. At the same time, go out and do gesture drawings, even if they just look like complete scribbles. Like your brain is beginning to learn that stuff, and as you go, the parts of your brain that need to solidify into learning structure will slowly mature over time. At the same time that you're learning, free gesture and like, it's just important to do it like both sides of it.
Absolutely. Like gesture didn't start making sense for me until I did that as well. And the second I started to down shapes, I was capable of doing gesture. So
I will say too, like cats are extremely gestural and have no structure. So they do have structure, but it's very, very hidden. So you'll like get into trouble trying to figure out the structure of a cat. It's like it has anatomy, but if you draw the skeleton and then you draw the body, they look nothing like each other. Dogs have a lot more structure. You can be like, there's the knee and there's the elbow, like on a
It's
cat,
just
it's
so
like
funny to me how like say dogs or horses could like they have more structure because they're more solidly built, but because
this is
cats
actually too much
are
structure. Look at the
flexible,
structure
they're
of these
straight up
legs.
liquid. It's like
Cats look like this. So good luck. Where is the shoulder? Who knows? Is this the shoulder? No, that's the ruff. Okay, good luck. Where's the head? Who knows?
I thought that was the nose.
Exactly. Which way is this cat even facing? Who knows? Cats are amorphous blob. No, they do have structure, and over time you start to learn. Like I've learned little things like that. Like there's sort of a shoulder line, like this, and a leg, and then the blob part happens here. So, and then you start to see like the definition of the leg here versus like on a dog, the hips are up a lot more.
Blob is more in the front than in the back.
You see like this knee here, whereas you never see this knee on a cat ever. Like maybe if it sitting like this, laying down on the ground.
Cats even have knees? That is
I'm
the
not convinced that
question.
they have knees. Yeah. Yeah, structure is very important, especially if you're new and you're starting out. But if you're, like gesture drawing is just really good too because you can get hung up on like drawing too accurately and lose the energy and the life of a drawing. And I'm coming at this from I have an animator's perspective on this, so of course we're obsessed with like the life of the character. But I mean, I think if you're like a different kind of artist, maybe you don't you're more about the structure. But I feel like both are important because if you're very fluid and free but you don't have any structure, then you're also going to fail. But it's funny, I'm talking about gesture and freedom and then I'm being extremely careful about the structure in Blue Star's face here. Oh, wait a minute, how does this work?
And have very solid structure compared to a normal cat.
Yeah,
we have to
that's true.
go.
Yeah. So now I'm going to look at these faces that are very similar, but because a lot of times what I do is I work from one key pose to the next. So instead of trying to just clean up the next drawing, I'm actually going to find my next key pose. And in animation, a key pose, you can define it a lot of different ways, but the way that made the most sense to me is anytime the character changes direction. So in this case, I'm looking at the head. She's using her head a lot. So she starts here and she looks up.
So, and then she blinks and her head goes back down. So this is going to be a change of direction. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go here. So she's going from here and she's looking over to our left. So that's one change of direction. And when she goes here, she starts to go to the right. So this would be another key. And then as she goes to the left again, it would be another key. So this would be a key here, maybe. That's actually kind of the breakdown in between the posts, but I'm not going to get into all that. But yeah, so since this from here to here, because once I get these drawings cleaned up, then I can make these drawings over here much more accurate by flipping between this and this. So that's just another little tip for keeping things on model. Try to draw from one key to the next. Turning this into an animation class. Deal with it. There's some consistency here I'm trying to keep track of. So her eyebrow is moving up. So this little triangle above her eyebrow should move up a lot more. If her eyebrow's coming up a little bit, so I'm flipping to see that. So if she's going up from here to here, then this triangle will also move up because it's getting pushed up by the eyebrow. So that's one of the things that flipping can be really good for, is keeping things like markings consistent.
I love this angle of her. It's so cool. So moody.
Well, Blue Star is a mood.
It's true.
She looks so good, King. I'm trying not to like interrupt what you've been talking about, but
I definitely need to address that up head again. I'm avoiding it because I'm on a stream and I need to get a second opinion on it probably, but probably harass Indigo or something. Indigo is really good at Blue Star heads.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, that's whose art I have up over here, because for this down head, I was like, oh, how did they do that?
Yeah, Indigo did so many like different head angles.
Oh, and these are the storyboards, if anybody curious. I just popped them in here. I probably should have put them in with the scene. I just literally went and grabbed them.
Yeah,
Ryan,
sorry, I've been here and there.
do cats and warrior cats ever have silly and goofy moments like real life cats?
Yeah. So actually, I'm working on a layout of Firepaw right now, and he's hissing at Greypaw. But I'm gonna have, I don't know if you've seen a cat hiss, but a lot of them they'll hiss and then they'll do a blep, basically. And we're not gonna have all our cats do that, but I think in this moment it would be adorable if Rusty did a little blep there, because it'll probably make him feel like, oh, you silly little kitty pet, you're so cute, all hissy and stuff. So yeah, it's just the little things like that that makes cats being cats, you know. And there'll be many moments like that.
Well, you know, like when cats are about to pounce and they do a little butt wiggle. We do
Yeah.
have a few of those.
The cat activation sounds, little.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to do like the stink face at some point, where like they smell something and they just have their mouth open.
Do we have anybody taking over in a bit? I may have to run soon-ish.
I better not.
We can just call it if when you're
I guess it has
you're
been a
done,
pretty long
King.
stream.
Yeah.
This might just be it, probably, and also pretty good timing because like I have to leave right about now to let the horses in. So
Yeah,
I
I have
didn't
to let
miss
the frogs
anything.
out.
Let the dogs out, let the horses in.
I said frogs, but you know.
Oh, frogs! I heard dogs.
Well, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say I have to do frog chores at some point.
I already did my horse chores of the day.
We all love animals here.
You gotta love
I would
animals.
hope so.
all their silliness. Just enjoy taking care of them. I imagine frog chores are more complicated than horse chores.
I don't know.
No. No. They're not.
Actually,
They're
they
pretty
might be more
simple.
complicated, but they're physically easier to do.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm just grateful that when I have to feed my horses, I feed them grain, not bugs, because then I
Oh,
think that would
yeah.
be it for me for my love of horses.
Yeah, I feed mine live bugs.
You're braver than me. I would melt into a puddle.
Actually, I don't think there's a single frog that you can't feed live to. They always have to eat live prey.
Oh, interesting.
I hate bugs so much.
Well,
I can
I
handle
like
some
bugs.
Me and Silver twinning. Bugs, no. They make me cry.
What's funny is that the film I'm on is all bugs. The entire all the characters are bugs, and each of us had to make a bug persona. And I was like,
no.
If I'm gonna be a bug, I could be like a butterfly or something. That's totally me, right? And someone
Yeah,
else
actually.
butterfly and moth.
Oh,
So
no.
stuck with praying mantis.
Ooh.
That's a pretty one.
Yeah.
I mean,
spider's pretty too.
No.
But it's a pretty spider, and
You guys need to broaden your animal horizons, I swear to God.
And
I agree
spiders
with Mariah.
Thank you, Toon. Thank you, Toon. Why didn't any of you pick a weevil? Have you seen what a weevil looks like?
Weevils are so goofy.
They're great. They have these little funny long noses. And they live in acorns. No, they don't live in acorns, but they're really cute.
Yeah. Why did you say that they live in acorns if they don't live in acorns?
They lay their eggs in acorns and then they leave the acorns.
Oh.
So if you see like acorns with holes in it, that was where a weevil was born.
How many legs do they have?
I think 6. I don't know.
Okay. I think that 6 is the limit for me.
They're not arachnid.
Yeah, someone.
Can I post a spoilered image of a weevil for you?
Yeah.
You already did.
Oh, you already did?
But it's not spoilered though.
Yeah, go look. It's cute. It's fuzzy. It's got it's like a.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Everyone, go look up a picture of a weevil right now.
How do you feel about it? I can't tell. I can't tell. Is this good or bad?
I don't like it.
Oh, jeez. Oh, you're hopeless.
It's over.
I am. I'm sorry. That makes me feel so gross.
We need to give you some exposure therapy.
I could
It
jump
looks
out
like
of
it would
plane,
say
but I
"Bom."
not hold bug.
I mean, that doesn't change the fact that you need exposure therapy.
No. Oh my god, what is wrong with you guys? I'm like getting out of the voice chat. That is so gross.
Oh no. What are we gonna do?
Well,
I think the only bugs that don't make me quiver in my boots.
Did you delete it?
Wow.
Princess does not curse as of yet, but Yellowfang does. Just a little bit. Just minorly. She gets 1.5 curse words so far. Because she deserves it. She's been through too much.
Look at the little feetsies. Little paw pads.
I think I draw the line at close-up bug pictures. From far away, I can kind of handle it, but when they're like so like HD close up, it just makes me shudder.
Like that one episode in SpongeBob where they get like the caterpillar that becomes the the butterfly, and then it has those like really close-up shots that are really creepy.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's where this
Wormy.
fear originates from, because I remember deeply scared.
Mm.
Yearly, what do you mean, unfortunately?
Because the princess should say fuck, bro.
Oh,
Let her
dang.
say fuck. I still want Fucker Paw to make it into the
No.
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 Bloopers, please.
No.
That's just one that's like you can't even the blooper. It won't even make sense as a blooper. It can't even like.
What are you crinkling up?
Reading
This is a joke for the server.
It's the page of the script where Princess
This
says
stream
fuck.
is falling apart towards the end. Everyone's just letting loose, or like, we're done.
Now we have to
Repeat.
explain it because it was leaked by Yearly.
Yes, explain Fucker Paw. Let's go.
It was just a line that one of the voice actors did where they were saying Firepaw, but it sounded like that instead. That's it. That's all there is to it. And we were all very impressed on how it sounded like that.
I will try to keep answering questions to the best of my ability. But
it sounds so lewd, guys. Stop, please. Why are you yelling at me? I wasn't the first person to say it.
We've been very well behaved up till now.
I guess that's why it was a thing, is it just doesn't seem like you could ever mistake Firepaw for that, so...
With typing noise.
And we're like, wow, that really does sound like... A loner called Bug. Yes, I agree. Cute.
That's a cute name.
Weevil Paw.
To Firefly, will the production be rig animated or drawn frame by frame? It's frame by frame. Does everyone on the animation team choose their own frames per second? No. That would be a mess.
Yeah, we have to. The show needs to look consistent, so we tend to. We've been discussing that lately, but yeah, figuring out the best way to go forward that will save time, but also still look good.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute, King.
Pikachu Paw? What?
Also, I'm letting it play because I'm having to quickly get my daughter ready because she's going somewhere, and so I'm helping out. So I was like, let me just let the animation play.
Yee.
Oh, there was a question like way earlier in the stream. Like it was like, if there's a character you could change, you could write differently in Warriors, who would it be? So,
Okay. Well, do you have an answer?
I mean, yeah, I mean, probably Snow Kid. I don't like that he died. But otherwise, yeah. Anyone else?
Didn't we write the we changed a little bit about Spotted and Firepaw, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, Spotted Leaf actually gets to have a personality, so that's fun.
Yeah. Spotted Leaf older sister vibes. Someone wants to know what's the best way to learn animation.
Oh, just in time. I just freed up finally. um, just do it is the thing I would say. I know that's frustrating to hear, but no, if you there's so many resources online now. Go find Erin Blaze has a bunch of courses and they're very reasonably priced. You can find free stuff out there. If you follow Erin Blaze's channel or Tonico Pantoya, Pixie Gags, these are all people that have really great channels. Pixie Gags is PIXI-GAGS. Erin Blaze, I don't know. I think everyone knows who Erin Blaze is, but if you don't, it's AARON BLAISE. And Tonico Pantoya, that one's harder. I want to type it out, but I know you guys aren't. If somebody could type it into the chat on the stream, that'd be great. But yeah, those are all really great resources for beginning to learn. You can also go find a book. Check your local library. You'd be surprised. Lots of libraries have resources. The Illusion of Life was at my library, and that's part of how I learned that animation existed even as a medium. Yeah, there's go on YouTube and join maps and ask questions of other animators that you meet, even if there's somebody kind of new. You know, they can point you in the right direction, or you guys can start a club and I don't know, animate together. You can learn from the person running the map maybe, or somebody in the map who's a little more advanced.
Are we hearing your cat, King? Or are we hearing
You are
my
hearing
God.
my cat. It's time to feed
Aw.
her, and she's at my feet meowing and demanding
Oh.
to eat.
I didn't want
Her
to
name's
interrupt.
Marigold, and she
Hi,
is
Marigold.
very food centered.
Hi,
So
Marigold. Marigold.
here she is. Here, let me see if I can get her to meow into the microphone. Come here. Are you hungry? Can you meow for me? Now that I'm holding her, she's like, oh no. She's purring. She's like excited. Yeah, she won't meow into the microphone because I picked her up and that threw off all her begging for food energy. Now she's spending it looking through my hands to see if I have food energy. Oh, I say this all the time and nobody ever takes me up on it. But if you want to reach out to me, ever, I'm very happy to do feedback on animation. I love helping people out or even just pointing you in the right direction. So you can, send me a DM on Twitter or you can trying to think of other ways to get in touch with me. There we go. Now she's begging for food. Come here. Meow.
We can hear her just fine. It's great.
To answer your question, Teehee, it would please use the form. It is there for a reason.
The form. Oh, give me just a moment. By the way, if you're learning how to animate, just start very simple. You're watching me do these really complex characters. That is not the way to start. Again, as you look through the internet, you'll find that like the bouncing ball is a very common exercise. You'll have a ball and a ground line, and you have to make it look like it's bouncing. Just look up bouncing ball tutorials on YouTube, and you'll see like how to start with that. Get Krita because it's free, or I think I don't think what other programs are out there for animating. I know some people were animating with like, I think, what's that iPad program now? Procreate, I think, has animation features in it.
Procreate Dreams, they have is their animation.
Procreate Dreams is like even crazier, but. And then if you want to get into animation or even storyboarding or anything, start drawing like yesterday because your drawings need to. Storyboarding has its own requirements. It doesn't need you to be very accurate and necessarily good, but you need to know how to convey emotion and acting and stuff even with a simple sketch. So you'll see storyboards that just look like crazy, like some 3-year-old drew them, but they have a lot of energy and you can tell exactly what the character is doing. you do, depending on the production, you might need to draw better than others. So like I think film storyboards are very loose, but then like television storyboards are extremely tight and you have to draw the characters on model and stuff. So it just depends on the production. But if you're getting into the animation industry, go ahead and start drawing because that's going to help you a lot. Unless
But
you're going
if
into 3D, I guess, but
you're like a child asking this question, there are free programs for like, I don't know, your iPad or your phone. I
yeah.
started animating really, really young on my iPhone. So get yourself Flip a Clip. If you're like a
Yeah.
kid, you just want to start animating and you don't know how and you don't have maybe a computer at home, use whatever you're using to watch the stream and download Flip a Clip. Learn how to draw with your finger. I mean, if you really, really want to like get started, want to do things. My little sister,
Oh,
and
sorry, go
she's
ahead. I'm gonna post. I don't know if somebody can. I'll post it in the chat, and if somebody could put it on the stream for me. I made a video on animating on paper a long time ago. Share, copy. Okay, I'm gonna post this in our chat. If somebody could, I'm not on the YouTube stream, but if somebody could post that, I don't know if you can post links in there. I assume you can if you're running the channel. But I have a whole thing on animating on paper. So if you don't even have an iPad or whatever, if you just have a phone or I don't know, like if you have a phone, you can do this because you can get, there's a program called Stop Motion Animator and you can put your phone and use that as the camera and you can put the paper underneath it to capture it. But I go into a little bit of how to animate on paper. If you don't have a peg bar and all this, you can just use like bulldog clips and it's this, yeah. So feel free to watch that if you're really new or even if you're not and you just want to animate on paper because it's a lot of fun.
King is so cool, guys.
She's
Damn
too good.
cool. I hope my university hires me. They don't know what they're missing out on.
They really
I
should
need
hire you.
money. Hire me, please. I'm conflicted because I'm like, I want to teach animation, but I'm like, there is no work in animation currently. What am I teaching these students to get into? Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, if you animate on paper and you get pretty good at it and all this, and you do end up going into 3D, like that's only going to help you. Um, and you know, for people especially who don't have a computer, and it's expensive to buy 3D, or actually, I mean, there's free 3D software at this point, but you need a pretty powerful machine to run it. So if you can't do that, you can start with 2D, and everything you learn from that, you're going to absolutely take you in and make you a much better 3D animator when you get there. Because it's all the same principles. Like I was saying, putting these two drawings closer together so her head didn't feel like it was getting knocked up so fast. That applies in 3D, but you're just taking your rig and you're saying, I'm going to put these two positions of the rig close together instead of I'm going to make two drawings that are close together in space, you know. So all that stuff still applies. The timing and the spacing and everything.
He's asking which tips do you have for improving art digitally? Do you think a specific drawing tablet is needed, like one with a screen, or is one that doesn't also fine? Is it just skill or preference?
I would say it's definitely preference, but I think some of you people who work on iPads and stuff should probably answer this question. Actually, real quick, I will say I came up in the industry when Cintiqs were still somewhat new. So a Cintiq is like a screen that you can draw directly on. If you don't know that already, there's actually lots of other companies making them now, so you don't have to get a Cintiq because Cintiqs are very expensive. I bought mine secondhand off a friend. They are workhorses; they will last forever usually, so it's kind of nice. But I started when there were still people using what do you call it, drawing tablets, where you have a screen and then you have a drawing tablet that's separate, and you draw on that. And that usually is a learning curve, although I've met some people who prefer that to drawing on a screen.
I prefer the tablet.
Yeah,
than the
because like you
screen.
can see what you're doing and your hand's not
You
in the
do
way.
not
And some
need
people just don't
a
like the way
Cintiq,
it looked.
yeah.
Like it's just everyone's different. Most people like drawing on a screen, but there's people like you who occasionally are just like, I just don't like it.
I mean, I think it's a mistake to think of it as like an upgrade. I would think of it as like a different thing.
For me, it felt like an upgrade and it made me draw faster. But I thought, oh, that's just the case. But I have since learned that no, that's not the case for everybody. Like some people actually don't like it and it slows them down.
I love just like leaning back in my chair with my tablet in my lap and just like
Yeah,
having a nice posture.
I did get used to it again because I had a laptop for a while and I wasn't about to spend money on like a really intense screen to draw on because I had one at home already, but I wanted to be able to go to like coffee shops and animate and draw. So I did
Oh
get
yeah.
myself a cheaper tablet to take with me, and I definitely felt the difference, but I was actually having a good time with that. It If you don't have the money, just get a tablet and force yourself to get used to it. You may not like it at first, but you will eventually get there. And then if you ever get enough money to get a Cintiq or something fancy or even an iPad or whatever, which honestly iPads sometimes cost as much as these tablets, but then you'll only, you'll only move up from there if that's what you like. But force yourself to get used to a tablet because it can come in handy sometimes. And if that's what you can afford, then that's what you can afford, and just make yourself get used to it.
Wholeheartedly agreeing with that. But like if you're trying to be if you're really trying to be cost effective, or if you're like some kid trying to convince your parents to buy you a tablet, I was there pretty recently. And when I was starting out, I started out with like King was talking about, one of the little non-screen tablets, and I ended up never using it because I hated not being able to like before you buy something, definitely try and ask yourself, what kind of an artist are you? Are you the kind of artist that really needs to like draw, like you need to see what you're drawing, you prefer drawing on paper? Like my friend who was a traditional artist for years and years, like she had to switch to a screen tablet when she did digital art because otherwise it didn't look good for her.
That's how I am. Yeah, I definitely thrive more. But when I was first coming up, I didn't, I don't even know if Cintiqs existed when I first, like, if they did, they were like extremely expensive, like, and I could never afford one. I didn't learn about them until I think my first job. But when I was first drawing digitally, I just had to use a tablet, and it was very awkward when I first got it. I was like, I'm drawing over here, but my drawing's over there, and my brain couldn't connect it. But I just kept going, and your brain just kind of learns that the way it learns drawing eventually if you do it enough. So that's why I'm like, if you don't like it but you're too broke, then just learn to get used, you know what I mean, like learn to get used to it if you absolutely have to. If you have the benefit of getting the exact thing you want, great, go for it.
An alternative, I would say, look at used iPads. Don't go ahead and buy yourself like a newest iPad. If you are just wanting some kind of screen tablet for art and you really want that for yourself, or maybe you're convincing your parents to get that for you, look up used iPads. There's some used iPads that have like plenty of storage on them for art purposes that are like, I don't know, a couple $100,
And
like
if you're
that's
just starting out, like, you can eventually, if you get into this as a craft, you'll eventually train yourself up and get to where maybe you can find work in it and get more money and get yourself nicer stuff. But yeah, just for now, just getting started, do what you need to do to get that.
exactly.
I actually do need to run in just a little bit. I need to go get dinner. So I don't know if we want to end the stream right this second or in a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean we can wrap up for sure.
Yeah. Once again, if anybody wants animation feedback, reach out to me on Twitter. I'm trying to think if there's any other place I'm on online. Instagram, I'm on there. I know sometimes these places will screen you out, so I'll try to be careful to check my spam folder and all this, but I love giving people feedback and helping them. Or even if you just want to say, hey, I want to learn animation, where do I start? Where are some of these people you were talking about? I don't know, reach out. I love helping people learn this stuff because I grew up in a town that knew nothing about animation. This was back in like the 90s. And when I said I wanted to be an animator, like everybody just looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what is that? Like nobody even knew what it was. So I would have killed to have somebody to ask. So don't be shy. I won't be like, how dare you? I always say this and nobody ever actually reaches out and then I get sad. So please.
Oh, King.
Hop in my DMs to make me happy.
Don't
Everybody.
worry, you're about to have your plate very full with feedback. But
Oh God, yeah, that's true. Do
yeah,
it
if
before
anyone
the
wants
feedback
to get,
starts, you guys, or I'll get busy.
if anyone wants to get any last minute questions in, submit that through the form now. Shadowheart asked, do you think you'll ever have a need for software or web developers on your team? I don't think so. I won't say never, but I think if that's something we ever need, we'll definitely put out a post about that. That's definitely a really interesting skill set. I'm not sure how we utilize it, but if in the future we need a web develop or anything like that, then yeah, we'll definitely put out a call for that. Kitka is asking how long will one episode be. First episode's probably around 35 to 40 minutes, so they're around there. Yeah, Kings. Hold on.
Oh yeah, my Twitter's King of Cabbages on Twitter. Sorry, I probably should have said that.
Yes.
King OF Cabbages. King of Cabbages. Wait, wait. Yes, is that right? Let me go to my own Twitter.
Yes, it is. I just checked.
Oh, okay, good. Because I feel like when I joined Instagram, I should be the same thing on Instagram as well. But yeah, if not, you can go to the official Warrior Cats Twitter and dig around in there until you find me. I should be somewhere.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. And I will.
Someone asked, what character are you going to be upset about not working on anymore after they die? Spotted Leaf. I'm going to miss her. So cute. Who's your... What's your favorite clan? Everyone, favorite clan. Mine is River Clan, I think.
I think I like River Clan too. I think it's the idea of cats who fish. Like I think that's such a great idea. Like and they
Yeah, it's cute.
specifically like fish, colony of fishing cats. I've always liked that idea.
There's a lot of blood clan in chat. King, someone wants to know if you have a Gmail. They don't have the social media that they say you have.
Oh, yeah. It should be, it's kingxcabbage@gmail.com. And the X is just the letter X. It's in between the words king and cabbage because King Cabbage was
Lowercase
born at
x.
the time. And cabbage is spelled the usual way, Cabbage, and king is King. I have to say that. Now I'm gonna be checking my email every day. Where's that email? I know there's an email coming. I actually do want to do some feedback videos at some point on my channel showing like some feedback and tips and stuff. So I'm currently working on one now, but if anybody has any animation that they want to send my way to be like, what kind of feedback would you give on this? Or how do I make this do this or whatever, then I could maybe use that in my channel later in a future video if anyone's open for allowing me to use their work to do that.
Oh, wait, King, are you comfortable people knowing your Discord? There's someone asking about that too.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
that's
okay.
fine. If it becomes a problem, I'll start retreating.
Cool.
But yeah, I think that'll be good. I'll have to check that too because I think sometimes I don't get.
Wait, what was your Discord again? Was King?
King.cabbage.
Yes,
King.cabbage.
king.cabbage. I was
Yes.
trying to remember if there was a number, but I don't think there is.
There's not. Not anymore.
Hooray! That's right. They changed it.
But yeah, it looks like. No, we don't have a Discord server. We just have the server that our fans work in. We have a patron server, but a fan server would just be too much to manage. I've been there, done that, and it ends up becoming a detriment to production. So I don't think that that's in the future of the server, of the project at all. Sorry. But I think this is episode work. This is a shot from episode 1.
Yeah, this is actually the same shot that Sunder was working on, right? Or the
No,
same sequence.
it's
Sorry,
the same scene.
Right, sorry, not the same shot. The same, yeah. It's like they're talking about stuff in the woods sequence. Then But Sunder was doing the part where she's like, I don't know. I don't remember if that happens before or after this. Probably after. I don't know. I don't know, as Spotted Leaf would say.
I don't know.
Perfect.
Alex is asking, do kits or younger roles like apprentices need younger actors to audition? No. Again, we're not doing this to be big mean gatekeepers. Discord's terms of service is that you have to be at least 13 to audition. So we cannot accept anyone under the age of 13. And even in like the professional voice acting world, a lot of times children are done by adult voice actors. So
Yeah, because as soon as you cast a
very
child, you
because casting children is
it's its own thing. Yeah, and
there's so many regulations, and it's
which
just
is
it overcomplicates things, which
needs
is
to be
good.
because
It's a good
kids
thing.
can get taken advantage of and have in the past before these regulations. So but it does make
Here to
things harder,
protect
and
them.
especially since we're an indie production, like it's just easier, I think, for us, right, to just be like everyone has to be legally of age.
Yeah.
And there's also like if you're making something with a kid and you have a kid voicing it, there's then a time limit because eventually,
Yeah,
unless
that's
you make
true.
the character age, so that kid's gonna grow up and their voice is gonna change.
And also, we talk about apprentices. Fandoms tend to see them as children a lot, but a cat
They're
is,
more like teenagers, yeah.
they're more. A
Young
cat is
adults.
way more like a teenager at 6 months
Yeah.
than a kitten.
Actually, it's funny. I know a lot of you guys are Bluey fans. I actually can tell the difference when I go back a season and listen to their voices, and I'm like, oh man, they
Oh,
sound
yeah.
so much younger in the first season. That's so cute. Like even in Bluey, like they sound the same to me until I go back and I listen to the older episodes. I go, oh no, they definitely they've aged a bit. They've grown up.
Uma, if you made a WCA fan server or if you found one, I mean, I think we'd love to know about that. I mean, a lot of us might even join that. It would just be too much for us to manage ourselves, and to put out ourselves, because that would just be a lot, on top of everything else, all the other stuff that I'm juggling as director. I don't really want to add that to the pile. But yeah, if you have a fan server, we'd love to be invited to that. That would be awesome, and I appreciate that.
Just real quick,
Or-
I already had a couple of people reach out of my Discord. Hooray!
Yippee.
I am about to go out for dinner, so I'm chatting a little bit now. But if I disappear suddenly, that's why. For those of you who are, I have someone who's like, "Oh, I'm in the stream still, and we're already talking." I'm like, yes, okay, I'm about to disappear.
But yeah, and then King, do we use 1, 2s, 3s, or 4s?
I'm actually, that's a good question. Well, probably we're gonna try to get away with as few frames as possible while still looking good. So probably 3s or 4s if we can, and then 2s for very slow close-up scenes. Maybe this shot here is actually on between 3s and 4s, and I'm trying to see how little I can get away with. So once all these are tied down and looking pretty, I'm gonna see if does this look like it's enough? Do we need to in between this anymore? So I actually, I don't know if you can see the timeline in Krita. It's kind of small down here probably on your screens. But yeah, so this sequence here is on 4s. And then I'm just I started there, and then I'm going to see if I can leave it that way or if it needs more in betweens. It's definitely going to look a little more choppy than something on 2s, but that might be okay. Like it might look good enough. I don't know. We'll see. This is something we're still discussing and working on. The animation team. We need to figure it out though, because we're about to start animating. We already are technically.
We have started animating.
Yeah, this is animation already. So yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that we can call it for this
Cool.
stream.
Thanks for joining, everybody. These were a lot of really fun questions. You guys are good question askers.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. This was a lot of fun. It always is. I always enjoy these streams. Whomstead of?
All right, I'm going to end my stream.
Yeah. Thank you so much for streaming, King.
Yeah, it was really
King.
fun. I always
So
love streaming and
King.
talking about animation.
Perfect time.
I hope everyone had fun.